T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and then. You sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those edges. Screw them good! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Good morning. That was Yukon. Yukon in the house with those solos, those 6 solos there. That was a great suggestion. I don't know why I didn't think of it. Yeah, it was my song, but well, I mean, that was like Yukon. It was my song with Yukon soloing over the top of it, and man, that's awesome. I loved it. It was so awesome, and it was a great recommendation. I saw it in the chat, and I was like, dang it, why didn't I think of that? So I immediately had to stop my version and play his in there because it went well. It went well right after Black Sabbath there. So I loved it. I love that really good. I love it a lot, and hopefully maybe he hears. I don't know if he's in here or not this morning, but he'll be here later when he'll probably hear it at some point in the day. We'll play it. We'll play that one for the rest of the day today. But title for the day today, guys, is reported earnings for Citadel and Apes No. A lot of apes were posting out stuff, and it's really weird because I was like, oh, I'll just pull it up in the morning and show you guys, and because it was getting posted everywhere, and then I go this morning to go look it up, and it's like like there's nothing out, like I can't has it out there anymore. The one account that I was gonna pull it from that I saw the posting from originally has their tweets protected and won't follow me ever since that tweet that I put about voting yes, voting no. So, whatever. I can't. If people are gonna make their accounts private, I can't. I can't do anything about it. So. But anyways, the reported amount, and I'm gonna actually pull up the data myself. It's I'm just gonna have to take some time to do it, maybe on my break or something. But the reported amount of securities purchased but not yet delivered, or I guess I should say open but not yet delivered on, was staggering. It was over 100 billion in the report that was labeled that I saw. When last year it was like 40 something billion. So it like the number difference from year over year was just staggering. And so it's they may be claiming that they're making money, but it's just because they're not delivering on anything yet. And the minute that they start getting margin calls, they will be absolutely just trashed, and it's going to look really, really bad for them. Roaster guy says, "Man, I always wanted to be able to play guitar like that." Me too. I ended up being the rhythm guy, Roaster guy, because I couldn't solo like everybody else could, and I was like, you know what? I don't know why I'm trying to be a better soloist when everybody just wants, nobody ever wanted to be the rhythm guitar player in a band, and I'm like, you know what? I'll probably be way better off if I just get good at being the solo or the rhythm player. So that's what I did. I just worked on my rhythm and I worked on my songwriting, and that's it actually did me really well because guys who can solo are dime a dozen. Guys who just want to sit there and just create the backup music that nobody else wants to do are harder to find. So let's see here. Jason says, my band I'm in just got back from recording our debut album, ATV at I think it was just supposed to be at the same studio where Nirvana did in Utero. Utero. We finished on the 30th anniversary on Kurt's birthday. Would you like? I would love to hear. I got a couple different people's music I gotta listen to, but I would love to hear it. I'm always interested in what you guys are doing, whether it be music, photography. It doesn't matter what your hobbies are. I almost said habits. It doesn't matter what they almost are like habits. It doesn't matter what your habits or your hobbies are. I'm interested, and if you guys post it up there, I'd love to see it. And it could be whatever. If you're into gardening, post that up there. I'd love to show what it is that you do and what you find fun and interesting. I think showing the humanity of the community is important because you need to know that the people who you're holding with are real people, have real lives, and are really doing things. So it's important. And yeah, I would absolutely love to hear that, Jason. Absolutely. Can't wait to see it. Funky Pizza Records says rhythm guitar can be just as fun, if not more fun, than lead in my opinion. You know what? The hard thing for me was, Funky Pizza. When you truly get into like a good jam with somebody, and you're just like in the moment, like I lose myself. I lose myself, and like instead of being able to hold time and continuing to play through that, I lose myself in the music, and I almost, it's like I want to shut down and listen instead of feeling. And it's the hardest thing for me to sit there and ignore and just continue to play through, because when you find that moment, when you're in that moment and you're in that groove, and it sounds great and you're just loving it, it's so hard to just keep on playing. Let's see here. Add that song to your movie list, Outlaw Josie Wales. Just saying. That'd be cool if she did. In the Discord, if you have a link that you want to send to me here, I can always add you as a mod quickly enough to be able to allow you to share a link. I wonder if I have a. I should make a folder on the Discord for sharing hobbies or something like that. I can do that. It's 6:29, guys. Oh, wait. Is Yukon in here? I see somebody say, oh, there he is. Woohoo, I think I missed my song. You did. You missed it. You totally missed it. We'll be playing it 2 more times later today, Yukon, I promise. Let's see here. I've got to start going through the numbers. Let me clean my glasses, and we'll start taking a look what's going on here. But I will be pulling up for later in the day today. Excuse me, ma'am. For later today, we'll be pulling up Citadel's report so I can share it with you guys. So I'm not just saying it, and you can actually show it to you. When you think that justice won't be done, just watch the whole Moda case. No one thought he would be convicted, including Moda. We will win. I think I'm not sure what you're talking about. I feel like you're talking about something specific there, but the way you're spelling that. Island of Dr. Moreau. There's somebody out there who's putting together Island of Dr. Moreau. There's somebody out there who's putting together some movie or something. Apparently, they were going around contacting people to get them interviews or whatever to get into the movie, but I haven't received anything. All right, my glasses are clean. I'm ready to go. Oh yeah. All right, I'm going to take you guys to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, concerns, questions until you see the big tramp back on the screen. 2-factor authentication, if you don't have it set up for your account, might be a good time to start considering doing so, as it could protect you from allowing somebody to get into your account and make changes, which would be devastating at the wrong time. Probably devastating anytime, actually, but there could be worse times than other times for sure. Let's see here. So when you set that up, if you don't like it, get rid of it. You can test it out and see if you like it. But also, sometimes they allow you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive the code. Not a bad backup idea. Another thing I'm telling people not to do is do not add control numbers to your pictures for your votes that you're submitting. We've got about a week left here. No, 10 days, 10 days left here. We have 10 days left before the votes are supposed to be in. So 13th by midnight. I believe it's Central Standard Time, but I have to go back and check and make sure. But I believe it's by midnight on or 11:59 on the 13th is when you have to have your votes in by. So You know, make sure you're kind of considering what it is you're going to do. Not a whole lot of time left here. Voting is most important, but do not put those control numbers on any pictures you decide to post up on social media, or somebody could get in there and actually change your vote. So be careful. Another thing too is take pictures of your portfolio or video daily, save it someplace into a folder and with the date, so in case something happens with your broker, you have proof of what you held, and you can have that as proof. If you have a less active portfolio, you could probably get away with doing that less often, once a week or something, but the more the merrier. All right, what do we got? Price prediction tally points. Believe it or not, closing price on Ape was 167 and Ape or AMC is 610, meaning that we closed at 777 exactly. And everybody got a price prediction tally point. Eric and Einstein were the closest to not getting one. They were at $7. And let's see here. So I got to give tally point to everybody. So we got a four-way tie going into Friday. The closest person to the average price for close for the day today will be the winner for the week and get the extra tally point. And there we go, Apex. Everybody got their tally points. Short exempt volume for yesterday. SSR did trip, but it wasn't until towards the end of the day yesterday. So I wouldn't expect this to be too crazy here. But there was 361.2 on AMC. 361.2. And on Ape, again, like I said, since it was done. Oh, actually, Ape was already on yesterday. It was tripped yesterday already. So let's see what Ape was. I would expect maybe a little bit higher on this one. But the volume was low, so maybe not too high. I would guess more than there was on Wednesday. Let's see. $329.4. All things considered. Considering that our volume was less than 30 million shares, 329,000 shares in short exempt volume is pretty significant. Day-over-day price increase yesterday was a decrease on AMC by 7.15, and Ape was 10.7. Utilization. Showing up at 100% for AMC. Let me just verify the number here. March 2nd is the correct date, so it is 100%. We are on day number 34, straight trading days of utilization being 100%. On Ape, utilization showing up at 79.98. That's a lot lower. Let me just verify everything on this one. Big drastic jump on that one from 87.96 to 79.98. They are shutting that thing down. Somebody's expecting, I think somebody's expecting something. Let's see here. Next, Max Payne. I was being asked about that. I don't ever really look at this, guys. The only time I ever see this before you guys see it, when I refresh in the mornings, is only on days where I have to restart the computer the night before, or you know, something happens to where I have to refresh the screen for some reason or another. It was 6:50 on Monday, 7 on Tuesday and Wednesday. Thursday was no, I guess Thursday was 7 still. So it's been 7 since the rest of this week. I feel like it dropped back down to 6:50 at one point, but maybe not. Let's see what it is this morning. I'm gonna guess still 7. 7 it is. off exchange by the end of the day. Combined between those off exchanges and CBOE EDGX, I would expect to see somewhere around 64% combined on a normal day. On AMC, we had 54.96. EDGX was 10.74. It was 65.7, 1.7% higher than it should have been. Not crazy high, but it was pretty close to normal. CHX was 6.81% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 2.02, so 3 times higher, more than 3 times higher. And that equated to 1.88 million shares having gone through that exchange. That's almost back-to-back days of 2 million shares going through there. That is pretty hefty, And there was a lot of borrowing going on yesterday. On Ape, off exchange 48.26, EDGX was 8.13. Grand total between the two is 56.39%. 7. Let's just call it 7.61. 7.61% lower than it should have been by the end of the day yesterday. CHX volume was 0.05% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.07, so it's pretty close to normal. GME CHX volume was 0.17 with a 30-day average of 0.33. And HYMC CHX volume was like 86 shares. Nothing really going through there. Taking a look at institutional ownership. 133.906 yesterday. Same thing for today. Let me just make sure I have my numbers updated. I do. Okay. Moving on to options. Highest amount of open interest for the day today. For the calls, yesterday, highest amount of open interest for calls was at a $10 strike with 36.3 thousand contracts. Still the same value or same strike price. It went from 36.3 to 35.6. So there's definitely some call options that were getting closed out in open interest as of yesterday. Puts at a $6 strike. That had the highest amount of volume yesterday. That is still the highest amount of volume for the day in open interest. And it went from 37.2 down to 27.1 thousand contracts. So quite a few contracts closed out there. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere between $6 and $10. Yeah, somewhere between $6 and $10 by the end of the day today for AMC. All right, I'm going to give you guys some music here, and then I'm going to switch some screens around. We'll take a look at the rest of the data. Alrighty, so here's what we got. We got that 3-day descending parallel channel does trade it out sideways for the most part, but I think that once market opens, we may see a little bit of a may see a little bit of an increase in price coming here. If it is, it's not. I wouldn't expect really heavy, but as of right now, we're holding support at $7.83 combined on AMC and Ape. 786 is where we're at currently. We made my breakout point here, and we'll see where we go from here. I need some more data to kind of get an idea for where we're heading to next. Yeah, I'm gonna need some more data. When I change this to a 30-minute interval, it changes the numbers a little bit here, but where the parallel channel is at. So we'll see what happens here, but I'd like to see us break up and back up into this box up in here, if possible. On Ortex, short share interest of the free floats at 25.51%. There's your utilization at 100%. Here's what it looks like over a long duration of time. Let's zoom in on this just a tad bit to see what our final daily numbers were as I erase my board. And let's see what we got. On loan amount changing yesterday from 197.91 down to 192.2. I'm going to break out my calculator on this. Man, come on, Casey, type. 192.2. 5.71 million shares having been returned. Which means we'll probably see really close to about maybe around 1.8 million shares having been returned in short interest. Short share interest of the free float is going to be dropping here. It fell from 25.88 to 25.51, 37.37 of a percent. Oops. $1.912 million shares having been returned in short interest yesterday as an estimate. On loan average age per day when you return shares, if they are older positions, then this should be dropping like a rock. If they're medium to newer age positions, then it's going to be rising really, really fast. If they're medium aged, just loans, and it's going to be going sideways. It didn't drop like a rock, so it seems like there was a good spread of positions that were likely closed out yesterday, as the number dropped from 106.13 to 104.17. It's not really dropping like a rock, but we do have a continuation of declining number on the on-loan average age per day, which is usually a good sign of an upwards price movement in the incoming future. Security lending volume day over day yesterday was even higher, went from 27.11 million to 31.41 million shares in security lending exchanging hands. That was pretty massive. Taking a look at Ape, short share interest of the free float at 5.75%. There's your utilization right there, dropping like a rock on Ape, from 87.96 down to 79.98. On loan amount decreasing as well from 28.1 down to 25.29. We're going to go with 2.9 million, 2.8 million. 2.8 million shares having been returned. Leaving us at 25.29 million shares on loan. Estimated short share interest of the free float dropped day over day from that 5.92 to 5.75, and the on loan average age per day increasing, which means that if they returned 2.8 million shares and this number starts skyrocketing, they were newer positions that were closed out. It went from 33.42 to 37.63. Security lending volume day over day slightly decreasing from 3.33 million to 2.84 million. Let's see what Ortex is going to report on. This is the full day's numbers. AMC, Ape, and GME were not on this list as of yesterday. The whole day, likely due to low volume, and still not on the list at the end of the day. SSR did trip on AMC and Ape. Today it would trip at $5.49 for AMC. On Ape, I did not figure that one out yet this morning. Hold on one second while I do it real quick. 1.503 would be SSR trip point for Ape. Shares available to borrow, only 75,000 shares, which means that they borrowed a crap ton of shares already this morning. Expect them to obviously be looking to battle price because they borrowed a crap ton today. 1.65 million shares is what was borrowed yesterday, and it looks like they've already topped that as they borrowed 1.625 out of the available, and then out of the ETFs, it looks like they borrowed. There's 50,000, then they returned most of it, and then let me do some quick math here. $279 plus the 50. I'll round up on this one. It's a little bit. I'll round up on this one here. So we're looking at about 1 point. Actually, I can just add that to that, and that'll be. Yeah. 1.4 million shares borrowed so far for the morning. Yesterday was 1.65, so they're definitely expecting. They're expecting to have to either deliver on a bunch of shares, or they're expecting to open up a bunch of new short interest. Not sure which. But there's definitely heavy lending going on right now. Fees are at 143.7%. There's currently 211,000 contracts out of the money on the calls versus 17.6 thousand contracts in the money. 127.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 63.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. Market's showing signs of moving up this morning, anywhere from 0.25 to 0.3. VIX is showing down 0.6, negative 0.6. Those kind of are almost correlating a little bit. I mean, the VIX is down a little bit more than I think it should be, but based off of that upwards momentum on the market, but close enough. International markets, all up. Most of them up marginally, somewhere around 0.5%, anywhere from 0.5% or less. Something we didn't talk about yet this morning is the nice little jump down on almost every single cryptocurrency overnight, and breaking past Ethereum Classic, showing a pretty hefty downwards momentum swing here. And much earlier, it hasn't broken the wedge that I've got in here, so it might crawl back up before the next day is over here. But you can see that it's definitely breaking to the bottom side. We'll go through some of the other cryptocurrency and that I have, like Doge and Bitcoin, and look at those as well too. But pretty big moves there. DXY this morning is showing down 0.2. This would be the first day where if it doesn't move up, it may break the ascending wedge that I have here. But perhaps maybe holding support at about 104 at this Fibonacci retracement line that I've got here at 104.64. Oil is, oh, actually, that's yesterday. Well, no, it doesn't have pre-market data yet, does it? Yeah, it does. Pre-market data is showing oil up 1.37, I think. Let me see. Nah, that's yesterday's numbers. SPY is up 0.21. Tesla is up 1.55 in the pre-market. Amazon is up 0.12. Cinemark is up 2.53. Let's take a look at Doge real quick here, down 5.83. He's got that nice little jump on that one as well. If I were to draw something on this, I would probably draw something along the lines of this and this. So we're getting the obvious breakout here. On Bitcoin, it's down 4.77 at 22.3 a coin. The one thing I want to state about this is that I don't think we're quite, I mean, this is still within the range. Even though it did drop down as much as it did overnight, this is still well within the range of what I would consider to be normal trading for this pattern right here. And I'm kind of expecting to see, excuse me, I'm expecting to see some more trading within this range here, anywhere from 21.3 a coin up to as much as 25.2 a coin. So I feel like it's still trading within the normal range here. It may be gap filling a little bit, maybe, but it does seem with the quick sharp jump like that across the board on cryptocurrencies everywhere, it does look a little bit like a collateral pull out of crypto. So not sure for what reason. I'm pretty sure we'll find out why though. GME is up in the pre-market 0.6. HYMC is up 2.79. Hood is down 1.04. CS is up 3.17. Ape is up 2.4, and AMC is down 0.16. Inflow versus outflow yesterday on AMC, there was approximately $3 million more outflow than inflow exactly. And so far this morning, we've got 42.2 thousand shares having been traded so far. Kind of low volume. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.66, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.74, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.79, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, that's a tough one. It looks like more selling pressure than buying pressure, or sorry, more buying pressure than selling pressure. With that's equal. It looks so equal to me. I'm gonna go with equal. Equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 36.2, which is below average. On Ape, there's approximately really close to $200,000 more inflow than outflow. 22.4 thousand shares traded so far this morning is pretty low volume. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 28.99, which is below signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.54, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we had a crossover within the last hour and a half, RSI at 45.49, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 37.31, which is below average. Taking a look at Ichimoto real fast because we only got 3 minutes here before our pokey stick of volume, so I'm going to try and rush through this a little. Let's see if we can't get through it. On a 1-hour time interval for AMC, let me erase the numbers that I got here. This becomes a strong buy signal for the day-to-day above the red cloud, which by the end of the day is going to be about 201, 205 at the beginning portion of the day. So I would say 201. Holding above 201 would be, or 202. Let's just make it 202 because it's 201.5. So holding above 202 for an extended period of time at any given point would turn into a big buy signal for AMC. Lagging line is below price line, conversion below base. Those are not buy signals until the conversion crosses the base and the price line gets above, or the lagging line gets above the price line. So, but we do have thinning red cloud here both today and Monday. On a 4-hour chart, we've got lagging line below price line, conversion below base. The cloud ends at about 255, so those will be the two big push points. If we get price up to those numbers, would be 202 and 255. Thinning portions of the cloud happening on Monday and Tuesday of next week. On AMC on a 1 hour time interval, we got lagging line below price line, conversion below base, thinning portion of the cloud before moving into a thick portion of the cloud happening today. Usually price doesn't like to drive up through thick portions, so if it is going to be moving up, now would be the time to see this start moving. To get this above the cloud, we're going to have to see above $7.36. It's a long way up. It's a long way to be seeing a push to get that above the cloud for the day. So if it did drive that much in a single day, you would probably see it drive much, much more higher than that. So, but 736 is going to be the value that we would have to see for buying pressure. We may be driving up through the backside of a cloud on this one. On a 4 hour chart, we have lagging lines below price line, conversions crossed over the base. These are all not good signs, and we have a thinning portion of green cloud here. We may see the push down coming in here for getting us down to about 612 is going to be the bottom side. No. 559 is going to be the bottom side of this cloud here. 559. Let me just check something real quick here. Do we trade sideways and potentially drop, or just kind of trade sideways through Monday and get through the cloud by trading sideways, moving into a future run further in the week, next week, is the question. In order to turn this into a buy signal, you got to get the lagging line above price line. We would have to see a price above 853. For today, it would just need to get above, well, you'd have to get above base, which is 721. But you also have to get conversion above base as well, which is going to take more than that. So yeah, 853. I have to write that down. Today is not the day. At least doesn't look like it from these charts. If I was going to be a betting man on price for the day today, finishing on AMC, I would probably have to pick something that's going to be either really close to the middle of the cloud or heading towards the bottom of the cloud here, which is 560. So I'm going to bet on a closing price around 584. Pokey stick of volume coming in. Volume was 54,000 in the pokey stick of volume, giving us 97,000 shares in total. I can't guess more than 10 to 30 million shares on AMC. And on Ape, same thing. It's only 82,000 shares right now. The pokey stick was 59,000 shares. It's going to be 10 to 30 million shares on Ape as well. Yesterday, I had said 20 to 40 million on AMC. We ended up hitting, what did we hit? Ooh. 28.1 million shares. So 28 to 40 was a good call. On Ape, it was 26.8. I said 10 to 30 on that one. So it was much higher. I was actually higher than I would have expected. I expected to see more like 20 million, and hitting 26 was kind of surprising. But it was still within that range of 10 to 30. So. All right, so I'm going to target 584 for my price prediction for the day on AMC. On Ape, let me see here. Let me look one more time. I think we start heading up on Ape. So our low on Ape was 164. Let me just do some quick numbers here. Okay, so we finally hit the synthetic price failure turnaround point that I would expect to see at 38.81% at 164. So I would be expecting at this point a turnaround, and a turnaround point that we should be looking for would be around 188. And so I have a feeling that maybe we'll test off of that today. So let me move down my blue line here. 188.6 is the number that I'm getting right here. More than likely, we probably see a test of that value. So I'm gonna probably put us at closing about 180. We're at 171 currently, because we'll probably come back down off of that. So I'm looking at 764 for combined price on AMC and Ape for close for the day today. So I'm going to predict 614 to 914 on my price prediction. And that's what I got. Get the Bollinger Bands back up. Come on. It's time to reboot Weeble. I got some rebooting to do this weekend. Time for some updates. I did not move SSR trip points yet for the day today, and it looks like, let me do that real quick here. It looks like 549 for AMC. And for Ape, we had 1.503. And now I can see what it is you guys are writing. First thing I read is censored content saying I'm going to say crime now and get it out before Casey gets back. Not sure what crime, but pretty sure they're doing it. Hey, censored content, did you see the title for the day today? I thought that was a little funny on my part there. Mr. Finance says they're going to push it as usual, let it run a bit to pump options chain and drive it back down to collect premiums. Eventually they won't be able to control it. Jordan, I have never found there to be any kind of correlation to red or green on those. I'm not seeing it, MCon. Hey Archie, we don't just throw out random stock tickers here. It's one of the rules for the channel, unless it relates to AMC specifically. Tank Dog says there are a ton of puts at 6 strike. If we close below 6, those are exercised. How will that affect us going into next week? It depends on who's got the who owns the exercising side of that. If it's institutions, then somebody's winning back shares, and more than likely, majority of it probably is institutional bets, hedged bets. I usually give it out on Fridays, Jason. Hold on a second. There you go. Javi, good to see you. But Donkey Kong says, don't trust Coinbase. Whenever there are big moves in Bitcoin, they have connection problems. Maggie says, Casey, did you see Teddy Zane's video calling for AMC shareholders to sell AMC to buy different stocks? I did not. I haven't. I don't think I've ever watched Teddy before. Savvy says 1 ape equals AMC after conversion. Yeah, it's always been a 1-to-1. You get 1 AMC share for every 1 ape that you own. One of the things that's been misconstrued, though, is a lot of people are making the assumption that what he's saying is that the value is going to be that of the price of AMC on close. That's not what he's saying. He's saying it's going to be the value of whatever AMC is determined to be the value of AMC after a conversion. So a lot of people are really kind of taking his words and twisting them and making them the way that they want them to sound. But that's not how it is. That won't be how it works out. Yukon says positive profit, perfectly popcorn's coming out on the 11th. Not much longer. So I can't. The positive profit, perfectly popcorn, positive profit, perfect. I can't do it. There's no way. Casey, what about the breakout box that you had? Let's see here. Let's go back to. I think you're talking about the AMC and Ape combined, and it broke. It's right there. I would assume this is the one you're talking about here. I had a breakout box right here on AMC and Ape. It did break it. Traded out sideways. Didn't really get a whole lot of momentum going out of it, and so whenever you see it kind of trade sideways out of a trend like this, it's hard to say. You can't really. I wouldn't make the assumption that we're going to continue to just keep on rising. I would say that it just kind of it indicates that the severe sloping trend that we had going down is finished. So just because you got a breakout box doesn't mean that it's going to move the other direction. It just means it's going to stop moving the way it was. So now we should be looking for something new to happen. And like I was saying earlier, I'm going to need some more data in order to figure out where we're moving to. If you were talking about breakout boxes for AMC and Ape specifically, I do think I had, if I'm not mistaken, I may have had I had a box back here on AMC, and we did break out of it, heading up temporarily, and they came crashing back down. So we did meet my expectations on this box here for AMC, and then on Ape, I don't know if I had any boxes set up for Ape. I have a box here that I prematurely suggested that we may be breaking out of in the near future. This is around like the bottom on this box here is around 227, and the top side of this box is 259. And I'm expecting some upwards momentum on Ape for the day today. In fact, I got us closing about 10 cents higher, which isn't a whole lot, but going into Monday, I think there's going to be some more buying pressure coming in on Ape and potential upwards momentum on Ape. Some people are saying that there won't be a 1-to-1 ratio, and like you're not going to get one share of AMC for. Is there literally somebody saying that you're not going to get one share of AMC for every share of Ape that you have in a conversion? That's if they're saying that, that's ridiculous. Anybody who's saying that you're getting less than 1-to-1 ratio on a conversion doesn't know what they're talking about. Nelly says, what's more difficult, shorting AMC to bankruptcy or saying toy boat 5 times fast? Definitely shorting AMC into bankruptcy. Too bad a lot of Walmarts are shutting the doors due to shoplifting. Portland closing both of them, the only 2 in town. That's kind of crazy. Hazel says, I think the conversion date being moved back is a good thing for us. It gives AMC longer to move up. I kind of wish the vote would be moved back as well. I'd like the vote and the conversion, and I'd love to see it all kind of move to the same time frame. Like if they're not going to allow, if they're going to allow the markets to prepare for something that's already been voted for like a month and a half, I don't like that. That I don't like. I don't like the idea that the market's going to have a month and a half to deal with whatever it is that they want to do in the meantime after a vote, because they're going to know. They will know what those numbers are. I have not heard them saying that they would be selling them at the stores. However, I do know that it will be sold online. So I think you can go to Walmart.com and actually, huh? Yeah, yeah, it's Walmart. You can buy it. You can. My wife was saying I heard Walmart. It is. You heard right. Yeah. You guys could probably order it online from Walmart and get it shipped to you. So I just shipped my popcorn. I love those Sears commercials. Those are funny. Apex says I've seen a lot of 10 ape for 1 AMC floating around. That's so like anybody who's pushing something like that is just absolutely insane. Like I just don't even understand like how they can read that proxy. If you can't read basic words in a proxy and understand that it's a 1-to-1 ratio, you get 1 AMC share for every ape unit that you own. Then there's nothing you can do to help those people. They just don't have reading comprehension ability. That's it. That's what it comes down to. Due to that lawsuit, they all decided that they would allow the hearing to go through first before any kind of conversion or reverse split. Andrew says, will we know what the vote is after the vote? Yes. They will be announcing it in the meeting on the 14th. So it's really easy, Mr. Finance. It's not Ape. Ape is not 1/100th of AMC shares. It's the Series A preferred equity units that are not 1/100th, but 100 to 1. And those Ape units, when they were converted and turned into Ape units, became a 1-to-1 ratio, right? Because they took 5 million shares and turned it into or 50. I'm sorry. No, wait. No, yeah, they took 5 million, 5 million, 10 million. 10 million shares to 10 million shares to make $1 billion. Is that what it was? Hold on a second. I gotta do the math. I can't remember what they did. They basically made like a billion shares, right? Divided by 100. Okay, so they did 10. Yeah, it's 10 million shares. They did 10 million shares of Ape units and made basically 1 billion shares of Ape units. They took Series A preferred equity stock, turned it in, converted it into Ape units, and those Ape units are a 1-to-1 ratio. And nowhere ever will you find it saying that they're 1/100th of AMC. You cannot find that anywhere, and they are 100 to 1 on not Ape units, but the Series A equity shares. 100. There's 100. Each share is worth 100 shares. Jason says, when we'll be able to vote? You should be able to vote right now. If you should be, if your broker has not, and check your junk mail, but if your broker has not sent you voting information already, then you need to get on top of them and really hammer in quick, because you've got 10 days left here. I can't promise you that, Funky Pizza Records. I can't promise you that. Richard said, I'm dyslexic and I understand the 1-for-1 ratio. I got Einstein in here. He's going 6:30 to 9:30. So he's just slightly higher than I am. Yes. Ape is 1/100th of an AMC preferred stock. That is correct. Arthur Martin is correct on that. Ape is 1/100th of an AMC preferred stock, which is Series A preferred stock is 100 to 1 AMC, which is it's real simple. Which means that when Ape units were created, there was 100 Ape units for every one Series A preferred stock, meaning that you got a 1-to-1 conversion ratio for Ape units to AMC is 1-to-1. It's really easy math. It's not hard. Jason says, I haven't seen anything through Webull. So I have I have, believe it or not, it's not a joke, but I literally have 10 shares through through Webull. So I can look into it, Jason. I haven't actually looked into any of my voting material yet, because I still haven't decided which way I'm going to vote. But I'll tell you what I will do is I'll look into it today and see if that information is there at some point. And then if I see you either later tomorrow or later today, I'll let you know what I find out. But more than likely, in the past when I've seen it on Webull, it's always in your junk mail. It's always like your proxy material that you get is always in your junk mail someplace. So make sure you're checking your junk mail. Rose says I voted on Webull, got the vote email from them weeks ago. Yeah, just check your how many days we on the threshold list. I would assume that's what you're talking about. Let me check here. We are on the threshold list yet again, and I've seen. I just want to caution you here. The time frame that we've been on the threshold list is not it's irrelevant. So you shouldn't be looking at it from the perspective of we're past 13 days. It should be, this is fraud and crime. It's just that people aren't understanding how the rules work. As of right now, we are at 6, let's see, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Today is 20. I count 20 days here. Let me just verify this. I got us starting on February 2nd. There might have been, let's see, a holiday in there somewhere, but let's see here. From February 2nd, we've got 5, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There might have been 2 holidays in there somewhere. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. I got 20 days. So just word of caution, just because it's been on there for 20 days doesn't mean it's like 7 days beyond what it should be. It's not crime. It just means that somewhere along the line, somebody was not delivering within the time frame that they had to, made delivery, and then never made delivery again within the time frame before it falls off the list. So there's a running 5-day period after they meet expectations on delivery of shares. The threshold list stays on. If they continue to don't meet threshold or delivery within that 5-day period, the threshold counter continues to move on forward, but they've met the requirement of that 13 days. So it's really, some people are kind of confusing this whole 13-day thing, that it just has to be on threshold list for 13 days and that's it, and then and it should be over, and it's not being enforced and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, guys, it's not how it works. It's not how it works. Somebody's delivering, and they may just be exchanging hands from one brokerage to the other, and failing to deliver through different shell companies. I mean, that's another possibility. There might be ways for them to kind of skirt past some of these regulations, and have it extend out further. So don't use that as like a specific catalyst type signal. Sounds good, Deb. I'll have to take a look at it. I'm going to be going to break here in just a minute. I'll take a look. You're welcome, Plex. Jason says, found it. Thanks. You're welcome. Glad I could help. See, Jeff is saying GME squeezed after 39 days. Be careful. Be careful about making those kind of comparisons. Like it doesn't necessarily mean that that's, going to be the same kind of case. A 5-year-long federal lawsuit. My goodness, Oland. Well, congratulations on winning. It's not that it doesn't mean anything, Fritz. It does mean, it tells you that somebody's not failing to deliver, and they're failing to deliver consistently over a 13-day period of time. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it's, it's just because it's beyond 13 days that it means that somebody's not enforcing the delivery of shares. It just means that somebody's made delivery time within the time frame that they were supposed to, and then likely defaulted again after 1 or 2 days, or maybe even 3 days before it fell off the list. Oh, if it's a long video, ugh, it's hard for me to get through long videos. Yeah, Apex, that's fine, man. Take your time. You got until market open. Yeah, Rally, I did. I'm got AMC at 584 for close, Ape at 180, and I'm going targeting 764 for combined. It would be nice. It would be really, really nice for us to be able to pull up uh, who's not delivering and how much they're not or how many shares they've uh, that they need to deliver. Unfortunately, nobody has that information, and because we can't see the details on it. Yeah, we see that a lot, Plex. Usually they hold a lot of buy orders back until the very end of the day. Um, some of it, I mean, it's pretty common. I don't feel I'm gonna have to go back and take a look at the actual values. Hold on a second, let me see here. Yeah, I mean this spike in volume here towards the end of the day is pretty normal. I don't feel like there's anything unusual here. They usually do stuff like this at the very end of the day. Zeke, so it's really kind of interesting. It's a great observation that you're making there, and I think what it seems like it is to me, and I've tried to narrow it down a little bit because I know what you're saying is right. There's actually a couple different. Usually, it's TD Ameritrade that I get this from most often from people who have TD Ameritrade. They say, "Hey, my pre-market volume shows something completely different than what yours does on Webull." Uh, I think what it comes down to, Zeke, is that Fidelity, TD Ameritrade, some of those other brokers are a little bit better at showing some of the off exchange trades that are occurring in pre-market hours. And Webull's not. They're only showing what's trading lit market. So when you see market open, though, the interesting thing is that they balance out, and you immediately see the volume starting to match. So it's a known thing. I kind of like it because I'm used to seeing it on Webull this way, and it kind of tells me what's actually trading through the market versus what's happening in the behind the scenes. Some people like seeing all the data, so I'm used to seeing it this way. So I don't want to change that up. Sean, I at this point, I'm going to say that it would basically wait until the what is it, April 27th, I think is the date. And we may just continue to trade normally until April 27th. But I have a feeling that what's going to happen is going to be a lot different than just. I can't tell you. The truth is of it, Sean, is that there's no way for any of us to know. There's so many different possibilities. Like they could drop their lawsuit shortly thereafter, and you could see it change almost immediately. There's so many different variables that could occur here that you're asking me a very, very broad range question here. I can't tell you. I cannot tell you exactly what's going to happen because I don't know. Oland, you're welcome, man. I wish I could tell you. What I would expect to have happen is the market would just continue to trade until April 27th, depending upon what occurs on the April 27th date is what would end up transpiring, right? So if they decide to dismiss the lawsuit, then everything would just transact starting on the 28th. But there's so many different things that could happen between now and between then, or now and then, or after the vote and then, that I can't tell you. I have no idea. Sounds good, Deb. I'll do that. All right, I'm gonna head to break. Take care. It's Plex. Do well at work. It depends on how they route their order, Ray. More than likely, it goes. More than likely, if you're setting up a pre-market or after-market hour order, it's more than likely being not traded through the lit market because it's not really open yet. I don't know if you can route. I'd have to look into it and see, Ray, if you can route orders or not, pre and after market hours. I'm not positive. Pam, good morning. Good to see you. Thank you. I will have a good break. Alrighty. Theodore says, did anyone notice that Antera canceled all their puts and increased their share count? I have not noticed that yet. It's good news. Richard, I think we still have people who are kind of digging into that to see who filed the lawsuit, but it was a county. There was a county that did it. I can't Albany or something like that. I can't remember the name of it, but there's good reason to believe that there's somebody else backing that, and we're trying to figure out who it is exactly, but we haven't gotten to the bottom of it yet. Not as far as I'm aware of. All right, I'm gonna go to break. I will see you guys back here at 8:15, and I'll take one last look at the numbers. Make sure I'm good with my price prediction of 614 to 914 combined between AMC and Ape, and get this day started. I will see you guys back here at that time.
computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
So, I lost track of time. I was having too much fun. Let's see here. Let me turn on the music. So, sorry about that, guys. I was trying to compile some data together, and I lost track of time. I was really kind of having some fun because the title for the day today is reported earnings Citadel, Apes No. And I wanted to have that information. I thought I was going to be able to pull really quickly because I saw a bunch of people posting it up last night. Turns out they had their information wrong. Doesn't matter though, because it still stands true. So I will show you guys what it is that I found when we come back after market opens, and or what I say I found it. I went and searched out the information, and woo, fans driving all over the place here. I searched out the information, and then I'll present it to you guys here while I was on break. And it's not good for Citadel, I can tell you that. They went from like an operational um, assets of like 70. Let me see here. I wrote the numbers. I didn't write the numbers down. I put them in a text here. They went from 75 billion in assets to 59 billion over the last year. 75 to 59. So we're looking at like what is that? 16 billion dollar difference in assets year over year. And then the other part to that is that they the leveraging that they have in contrast to what they had in 2021 is drastically different. And so this is one of those things where a lot of people go like, oh, well, in down markets, hedge funds make money, and I go like, oh yeah, then why aren't they more leveraged than what they are? And the true answer to it is that they're expecting to end up having to pay out. They know they're gonna need collateral, and so they're not as leveraged as they were in the past. And they know that some of their collateral assets are gonna end up having to pay for some of the hits that they end up taking as the market continues to go downwards. So they're not. I mean, like in 2021, the difference in their leverage was $5 billion. The spread now, well, if I got the picture here, hold on a second. The spread now is $11 billion. So they are obviously holding much more collateral in case of a big hit. They want to be able to try and survive, and so they're definitely not as leveraged as they were in 2021, and that's I think that speaks pretty loudly. So I'll share that information though when we get the market open here. I want to take one more look here real quick and make sure I don't want to make any changes to my price prediction. Is a four-way tie going in today. Futures are looking better than they were in the market right now. VIX is showing down 4.81, under 20. What do we got on DXY? DXY is down 0.34%, but holding above that 104.64 value. Ape is up right now in the pre-market 3.59%. I'm kind of expecting, I think, 180 for a we're at 173 right now. It might actually be more. I might modify up my my Ape pricing. I got 584 for AMC. I might need to go a little more green here. I got like 2 minutes left to decide. Go with your gut, Casey. Go with your gut. I'm sticking with it. I'm sticking with my numbers. If I get it wrong, I get it wrong. I got to go with my gut, though. Gut was saying something different earlier. I got to stick with it. Apex got his numbers in. He says they're posted above. I'm looking. I want to be bullish, but the numbers and charts are saying different things. AMC closed 656. That's a lot higher than I've got. And Ape closed 176. It's pretty close to what I got, with a combined closing price of 832, going 682 to 982. Got you down. 682 to 982. You're the bullish of the bunch, the most bullish of the bunch here. There's a spread of about 52 cents between you and Einstein. We'll see what Eric comes in with. I got the low end of the stick today. I flip flop. I go bottom top bottom. I'm on either side of you guys every day. So, all right, well, let's get this day started. I'll see you guys after market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those edges. Screw 'em good! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. So the title for the day today is Reported Earnings Citadel, and so I saw a bunch of posts on Twitter last night where somebody was posting out some of the information for Citadel, so I wanted to kind of touch on this a little bit here. Apparently they took down their post for whatever reason. I think the information may have been incorrect or invalid or wrong for some reason or another, but that's okay because I have the actual data here for you. I did a little bit of digging while I was on my break and found what it was I was looking for. So let me pull it up for you guys. The very first thing I'm going to show you here is going to be the report for 2021 for Citadel. Oh yeah, Brian, if you don't do pictures, it didn't count. let me get I'm not going to hold you to it, Brian. You don't really have to do it. But I just thought it was funny. I never really hold anybody that kind of stuff. All right, so this is assets at fair value for December 31st of 2021. So we're going to take a couple different shots here, but we have 75 million. And I just want you to remember these numbers here. But 75, I said million, it's billion. 70 because it's in millions. This is these numbers are in millions, so it's 75.2 billion. That was their total assets. The total amount of liabilities that they had was 70.2 billion. So there was a 5 billion spread between their assets and their liabilities that they held in 2021, December 31st, 2021, like last year's numbers, right? That's great. That's all great and everything. You can tell they're pretty leveraged here. I mean, only having like $5 billion in difference in leveraging tells you that they were pretty heftily leveraged. And in a down market, especially, that's the way it should be. Especially if you're a hedge fund, you should be pretty heavily leveraged so you can make as much money as possible on the downside of a market move. So what's happening currently? Because right now what they're reporting is completely different for 2022. And let me just show you. 75 and 70, remember those numbers. This is their current liability. This is actually, let me show you their current assets first. Their current assets are showing up. Son of a gun, I didn't have you guys on the right page. I apologize. Let me go back to let me go back just in case you guys couldn't see that last one. You out of here, bud? All right, I love you. Have a great day. Be excellent. Let's see here. What was I going for? Oh yeah, I gotta repost that first image. Hold on a second here. Reposting first image. Let me go back because I know I may have accidentally goofed up here and posted that, and you guys may have not been able to see it. All right, there we go. Now you got it back in there. This is the 75.2 billion, and this is the 70.2 billion in liabilities. So assets, liabilities. Those are the numbers from 2021. 2022 assets are now at 59.2 billion. So their assets decreased from 79 or 75.2 down to 59.2, or $16 billion lost in assets from 2021 to 2022. $16 billion lost in assets. That's not the top of it. I mean, some people will look at that and be like, yeah, so what? Big deal. They don't have as many assets as they had before. It doesn't necessarily mean, I mean, they reported a profit, a gain in profits. But guess what, though? They're not as leveraged as they used to be, because now the amount of leveraging that they have in liabilities in a down market is at 48.5 billion, right? So the spread now, instead of it being a $5 billion spread, their liabilities or their assets that they have is at 59.2. You're now looking at almost a little bit over 10 billion. You're looking at almost $11 billion in a difference between their liabilities and assets, which tells you they've decreased the amount of liabilities that they've had on their books. They're increasing the amount of spread between liabilities and assets that they're holding on to. Why? Because they expect more losses. Otherwise, in a down market, they would be more leveraged than what they currently are. But they're holding more collateral to the side because they know what's coming, and it's not going to be in their favor. These are pretty obvious numbers. So 48.5 billion in liabilities right now. It's a big difference. They have double the amount of assets than what they had, and in a down market. In a down market, when they're supposed to be making money. If you're out making money, you should have tons of leveraging going on. Absolutely, just tons. Like there should be no reason for them to have less leveraging currently than what they had from the past. So it doesn't make any sense. So their books are looking worse. For anybody who's out there who's saying, Citadel's making money in a down market, I think that's pretty good proof that the idea that they're making money right now is not the truth. Doug says client withdrawals. It could be. It's still a loss in assets. If clients are withdrawing, that's not a good thing, right, Doug? Anytime you're losing clientele, that does not mean that you're doing well. It means that you're losing. So whether it's client withdrawals or not, it's not a good thing. Let's see here. AMC is at $6.42. Ape is at 1.779. Savvy says what's max pain is $7. Maccabee says, can we have the halt lines show up to see Casey? Absolutely, you can. Give me 1 second. What the heck is this down here? Get rid of this. Go away. Not even close. Not even close. Buzzin' Buzzman says, let them candles breach the screen, Casey. Yeah, just let it run. Just who cares? As long as it's above the screen. Jim says, gotta screw the gamblers and steal their money every single week with a fake ticker move. I mean, it's pretty obvious, right, Jim? It's really obvious what's going on. And unfortunately, if they're making money, why change? If they're making money on people not learning their lessons, then we're just going to keep playing this rabbit game, and they're going to keep on picking that low-hanging fruit. They need to. They have to. They got to make money on the front side of this thing because they're going to have to end up going out and buying people's shares when people decide to start selling. Well, they're not actually going to. They may or may not actually buy the shares and may actually just cash you out, but they're going to owe you money. and they got to make some of that money in the front side. Glenn, thank you for the submission. Yeah, Nate, I just did a presentation on that right after market open. So if you want to scroll back in history on the time, I just got done covering that. So you can go back a little bit and watch that. But essentially, what it rolls, if you want the summarized version of it, they went from 75 billion in assets to 59 billion in assets, and liabilities. Actually, I should write these down. Let me just write them down because I don't have them memorized, and if I write them down, maybe I'll actually remember these numbers. Let's see here. So in 2021, they had 75.2 billion in assets, and liability was 70.2. So there's a $5 billion difference. And then in 2022, their total assets were at 59.2, and liabilities 48.5. We are crawling up a backside or the top side of a Bollinger Band here on AMC that usually will result in a reversal to the bottom side, touching the simple moving average, which is about 625 right now. But we are at 648 for AMC, and on Ape we're at 177. The big push points for the two stocks, I've got 736, so we're quite a ways off here on AMC. But the big push points are going to be 736 for AMC, and Ape's going to be around 202. Those are the values we're kind of looking for. They're kind of big leaps from where we're at right now, so I'm not really expecting the big leaps to kind of to kick in just yet. I'm kind of expecting more perhaps next week. Diamond Gal says, Casey, would you say that AMC cake is smelling pretty great right now? Yes. AMC's squeeze cake is got all the right ingredients, Diamond Gal. It really does. Ape, not so much. There's a few ingredients that are missing on Ape that uh, don't excite me all that much, but it's not the cake that I would take to a prize-winning cake contest or competition. And but yeah, AMC is definitely looking like a great tasting cake, and I would definitely enter it into a contest. Food Dog says BTC is not recovering from the dump last night. I mean, it's not just BTC either, though, right? It was like cryptocurrency across the board. Everywhere they were taking big hits. I think before I went to bed, there were estimates that were saying, oh, man, I can't remember off the top of my head. There were some really large estimates on how much money in cryptocurrency was scalped last night, and they were pretty high estimates, pretty big numbers. Buzzin says, "How have we not seen movie trivia for Bill and Ted's Most Excellent Journey?" Well, it's interesting you should say that, Buzzin Buzzman. We get to choose new movies because we've ran out of the movies that you guys have suggested so far. So, as I had stated earlier in this week, we are at that time. It's time, and the one movie that did not get picked, who will get the permanent ban because you guys didn't pick it, will be Rounders. Yep, I said it. If you guys didn't, whatever the remaining movie was, if you didn't pick it, it was going to get forever banned from movie trivia. Rounders will never make the list. And so instead we got Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? And Cool Runnings. So yay. And I thought the Cool Running questions yesterday were pretty good. I thought they were pretty decent. All right, so I'll tell you what. I guess I'm gonna allow 3 different portions of time for the day today to come up with different movies. So I need about 30 movies, and so I'm gonna let the morning portion comes up with 10, the middle portion of the day come up with 10, and the later portion, because I don't want to make the assumption that everybody's here all the time. So I will tell you what. We can come up with a list of 10 movies now. Guys, I know you guys are just gonna like start throwing out like tons of movies right now. Hold up, just hold up. we gotta have a little bit of some order here. I I think you guys should discuss amongst yourselves what you think the top 10 movies should be, so that you're happy with them, and then we can go from there. So you can throw out as many names as you want. I'm not going to actually write anything down yet, but you guys throw out a bunch of names. You all kind of look at them, see what you guys think is good movie names that you think are something you could stand behind. Sally says, "Is Casey talking?" Yes, it's you, not me. And this way, you guys can kind of discuss amongst yourselves what you want it to be, and I'll tell you what. And after the 9 o'clock numbers, I will ask you guys what the top 10 are, and I'll let you guys kind of handle it from there. I'll let you guys decide what those 10 will be. We already did Big Lebowski. We've got about 4 more minutes before we take a look at the numbers here, guys. We do have cryptocurrency down pretty hard. AMC and Ape are both up about the same amount, 5.38% for Ape, 5.74% for AMC. Ape is at 1.76 and AMC is at $6.47. SPY is currently at 0.74. Let's see here. What about the dollar? What is the dollar? Come on, change. Dollar is come on, change, dang it. 104.74. All right. Really kind of interesting thing happening right now, guys. The dollar is kind of supporting 104.64 Fibonacci retracement, which kind of worries me a little bit that we're getting a fake pump here. I think we might be seeing a little bit of a fake pump, and I just kind of stress that because the dollar is not tanking like it probably should be. It's kind of holding its ground right now. So we might have a kind of a fake push. I'll tell you what. How about you guys? How about you guys vote on four individuals? No, let's make it. Let's make it two. Let's make it two individuals. Well, let's make it three. You guys vote on 3 individuals who are going to be the people who I take the movie list from, and we'll do them in order. And it has to be somebody who's going to be here in about 15 to 20 minutes from now. So you guys vote on who's going to be the person. I will only take movie trivia requests from those people. So make them like your delegates. your delegates to deciding what the movies are going to be. So you've seen what people kind of put out there for movies. Come up with your 3 delegates that you want, and then let me know who they are, and I will accept the movies from those 3 individuals. One of them is going to get to pick more than it's going to get picked 4 choices, but ooh, Arthur says censored content since he's the best at trivia. He earned it. Well, if he's picking the movies, that might actually give him a little bit of an advantage. Just throwing that out there. I don't. He gets if he's picking the movies. I don't know if that's going to help you out or not too much, but if that's what you if that's who you choose. Oh man, I haven't even seen that movie. So Witness for Christ 813 says the man in the iron mask. Um, I there was a period of time in my life where I was like a huge Leonardo DiCaprio hater. Don't judge. It was just kind of a phase of my life. I saw him in Romeo and Juliet, then I saw him in Titanic, and I was just like, and I don't remember where Iron Mask came in on all that, but I was just a big Leonardo DiCaprio hater until, man, I don't know what the first movie was that came out that I really enjoyed him in, but I really like him a lot now as an actor. So Sammy says I still don't like him. I just couldn't stand him when he was younger. It wasn't Blazing Saddles. Let me look at his IMDb on that. I can't remember which movie it was. Let me see. Uh, Leonardo DiCaprio IMDb. Let's see what it was here. All right, I'm gonna go back in time. See all. Oh, that's for producer. I don't want producer. I want start in. Actor. Here we go. Apparently, it was in Romper Room. I had no idea, which was a TV series. Yes, I had no idea. Let's see here. Okay, here's Romeo. Okay, so Romeo and Juliet was the first movie I think I ever saw him in, and then Titanic was 2 movies later. In between that was Marvin's Room, and then right after Titanic was The Man in the Iron Mask. That may have been the last movie I didn't like him in was the Man in I never saw Celebrity. The Beach, I remember didn't I wasn't really I wasn't a fan, or I wasn't I didn't have anything. Oh, Gangs in New York. That's it. It was Gangs in New York. It definitely had to be the movie that, and right after that was Catch Me If You Can, and then The Aviator, and yeah, that's it. It started with Gangs of New York, and then straight into Catch Me If You Can, and that's where I was like, okay, this guy's good. But everything before prior to that, The Beach was kind of like that moment of like, I don't really hate you, but I don't I don't really like you either. And that was The Beach for me. But The Man in the Iron Mask, I never even saw it because like after seeing Romeo and Juliet and Titanic, I was like, I'm not even gonna waste my time. So I've never seen the movie. Island of Dr. Moreau says, I am related to Caprio. I would tell him straight to his face, dude. I didn't really like you when you were younger. you like, I didn't. Your acting was terrible, but you got so much better. I would literally tell him to face, like, you got so much better over time. He is, for me as an actor, he is a fine wine because he has aged incredibly well as an actor. I could not stand him when he was younger. I mean, he seemed like a real punk, and I couldn't stand it, and I just didn't like that. I didn't like punk kids that thought that they were the best, coolest thing ever. I don't like kids like that. All right, I'm gonna get into the numbers here, guys, so we can see who our three ambassadors are to picking the movies. And let me take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so just start discussing amongst yourselves who you're going to pick. I will take the first three names that come up the most often when I get back. Caprio is your last name. That's all. Hey, you let him know, man. You let him know he's got people that um, love him a lot better as an actor now than he was. I would totally tell him to his face. I'd be like, dude, you sucked in the beginning. You sucked real bad. You're great now. You sucked before. I wonder if he ever looks back on like Romeo and Juliet and go like, yeah, I was so good back then. I'm sure I feel the same way about my own music, so I can only imagine that he probably looks back at some of his younger acting career and probably regrets or wishes that he had been better. But it's a process. You know, every artist realizes that they get better over time. So I'm sure he knows. It's not like I'm sure every actor or actress has their favorite movie that they hated. Oh man, that Romeo and Juliet was just the worst. All right, let's take a look at what we go at. Claire Danes. Oh man. Let's see. What do we? I can't even get into the numbers because I'm so upset here. Let's see what we got going on here. So price prediction tally points for the day today. We have a four-way tie going into the day today, and unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to win today based on current price movement, which is okay. It happens, you know. Sometimes you just don't cut the mustard. But this is just four apes who are trying to get price prediction as close as they possibly can for combined price of AMC and Ape. And uh, oh, I forgot to give you guys the speeches. Oh well, I already passed it. Don't take this as financial advice. This is just us trying to kind of get as close as we possibly can to the right numbers. But I've got 614 to 914 for the day today. Eric has 690 to 990. Apex has 682 to 982, and Einstein has 630 to 930. So whoever has the closest average price to the final closing price of AMC and Ape will get the extra bonus point for the week and win either beer or ice cream. Short exempt volume to be paid, obviously, after the squeeze. Short exempt volume for the day today. Very similar numbers on AMC and Ape, even though the volume was different. AMC had 361.2 thousand shares in short exempt volume. Ape had 329.4 thousand. Day-over-day price decrease on AMC was down by 7.15%. Ape was down 10.7%. Utilization 100% still. We were on day number 34. Yeah, day number 34 of utilization being 100% for AMC. And Ape dropped quite a bit in utilization day over day to 79.98%, with only 2.8 million shares having been returned, which tells me that somebody is making a lot of shares available to borrow. So we may see some heavy borrowing coming in here soon. Max Payne is finishing out the week at $7. Off exchange. By this time of the morning, I would expect about 44% to be going through off exchange. EDGX to be somewhere around 10 to 11%. So combined, 54% is what I would expect to see. On AMC, we currently have, I don't know what, because it's not working. Update. There we go. We currently have 57.64% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 12.52. The grand total of that 70.16%. By this time of the morning is pretty high. That's let's see here, 16.16% higher than it should be by this time of the morning. That's pretty high. CHX volume is 0.03% of our total daily volume with a 30-day average of 1.98. On Ape, We're getting problems loading up here. On Ape, we got 56.84% going through off exchanges. EDGX is at 8.4, the grand total, and that's 65.24% or 11.24% higher than what I would expect to see by this time of the day. That is definitely elevated. They are suppressing price through those exchanges. CHX volume is at 0.03% of the day's volume, with 0.07 being the 30-day average, so it's kind of low. GME's CHX volume this morning is at 0.08 with a 30-day average of 0.33. And HYMC has zero volume moving through that exchange. Taking a look at Ortex. This is the full day run through, so I got to look at everything here. Institutional ownership. 133.906 million shares owned by institutions earlier this morning. No change. Most of those quarterly reports are probably filled out by now, since they are past the due date. Speaking of due dates, there is a banking institution out there that's kind of made my watch list, thanks to John Hannaford, and I haven't really talked about it because I haven't decided if it meets the criteria in relationship to AMC or not. Those of you who may be knowing what I'm talking about, all I should have to say is that CBOE EDGX is no longer they're no longer allowed to take any trade through that exchange anymore, the CBOE exchange any longer. So that's kind of big news. Something's going on over there. Not exactly sure what yet, but not a good thing. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of volume for the morning so far is at a $6.50 strike. That's where it was yesterday for AMC. There's 12.2 thousand contracts. That's definitely elevated by about 4 times higher than it should be by this time in the morning. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $6 strike. That's exactly where it was yesterday. And there is 9,000 contracts so far. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere between $6 and $6.50 by the end of the day today. A lot of the open interest for the day today is between 6 and 10. Does seem like the market's kind of centering in on 6 to 6.5. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. I'm going to give you a little bit of happy music and while I pull over some screens, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. All right, so we have a pretty large 3-day descending parallel channel that we were heading down. On this way down on this channel here, we had 2 different spots where we broke out of this. But what I would suggest it was all kind of in the aftermarket and pre-market hours in both directions. So I think there's a little bit of a large push this direction. This is the overcorrection, and then you can see we very, very quite literally traded exactly right back into that descending parallel channel. Leading into yesterday's price movement, where at the very end of the day at my breakout box, we did break out, finding that support between the 2 Fibonacci retracements that I have here. Price is starting to move back up and is indicating that there is a change in price movement from this indicator. This is a bullish indicator here when it breaks out. So we're getting some nice movement and some consolidation currently with that nice movement upwards. But combined price of AMC and Ape is at $8.20 right now. And it is kind of supporting or consolidating right between these 2 Fibonacci retracements between 816 and 825. So on the next break, which should be any time from now, we should see a break upwards. I wouldn't expect it to go too much beyond 837. Usually these flags get a little bit smaller and smaller as we move up, and then you can see consolidation and then a correction. Okay, according to Ortex, we have approximately 861,000 shares having been borrowed for the day today. We know there's going to be a lot of shares available to borrow, as there was tons returned yesterday, absolutely just tons. But that's going to bring up our short share interest of the free float to 25.56. Cost to borrow min is at 0.59, average is 265.67, and max is at 305.22. Shares or utilization, here's what it looks like across the board here for such a really long time. We are on day number 34 currently from the last bump down on utilization. Let's zoom in on this just a little bit so we can see some of our other numbers a little more close up and personal. On loan amount day over day decreasing by 5.71 million shares. Ortex estimated that the short share interest indicated that about 1.9 million shares they're estimating was returned in short interest out of those returned shares, bringing our short share interest to the free float from 25.88 to 25.51. The on loan average age per day is decreasing, but it didn't drop like a rock though. And so when you return 5.71 million shares and it doesn't drop like a rock, it tells me that they're probably newer to middle-aged loan positions, or maybe even across the board. They return maybe some newer, some middle-aged, some long, and so you saw an overall decrease in this value here from 106.13 to 104.17. Security lending volume. This number is really big. To see 2 days in a row where you have over 20 million in security lending volume is pretty high. Yesterday was 27.11 million, and then well, I should say 2 days ago, and then yesterday's data was showing or reporting today as 31.41 million shares. So big numbers going on there. Usually, when you see that much in closing of positions, you typically see price start to run thereafter. It's hard to kind of say exactly when, but it usually does. And that's why I watch on loan average age per day dipping. I wait for that to hit some kind of bottom. And then when I see it start rising, that means they're starting to borrow again because they expect price to be moving up. They want to borrow those shares and then sell those shares probably at a higher price and then short on the way back down. So that's kind of the MO. On Ape, we have about 5.75% short share interest of the free float with only 5,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day. Not a whole lot of action over there. Cost the 7,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. Cost of borrow mins at 10.18, average 10.21, and max is at 12.51. Shares on loan down 2.8 million shares day over day, putting our shares on loan at 25.29 million shares. Here's our utilization and what it looks like. It did do a pretty big dip here. Day over day, which means that somebody is making a lot of shares available to borrow, because that's not really indicative of what it would look like if you had just 2.8 million shares returned and borrowed shares. Somebody's allowing more shares to be borrowed. But it did drop from 87.96 to 79.98. On loan amount day over day, here's that 2.8 million decrease from 28.1 to 25.29. Short share interest of the free float obviously going to be dipping because of that from 5.92 to 5.75, and on loan average age per day skyrocketing, which means that most of those positions that were returned must have been pretty newer aged positions. I mean, it just absolutely skyrocketed from 33.42 to 37.63. Security lending volume day over day actually decreased a slight bit from 3.33 million to 2.84 million. Orders by Fidelity customers. I'm not expecting a very big volume day today. We'll see if that ends up being wrong, since we did get some good price movement in the beginning portion of the day here. But let's see if AMC, Ape, or GME managed to make the all day yesterday. I don't think any of them made the list. Most heavily traded orders. Let's see. Nope, not on the list. Yeah, hold on a second. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $5.49. Ape is at 1.503. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they've returned some of the shares that they had borrowed earlier this morning. and have since borrowed out another 100,000. ETFs mostly just returns. So far for the day today, we're at 1.5 million shares having been borrowed for the day. Fees are currently down at 119.7%. There's 208.5 thousand contracts out of the money in the calls versus 19.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 121.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 58.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 1.05, Dow Jones is up 0.24, S&P 500 is up 0.68. We currently have 3,748 advancers to 2,616 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining, but not necessarily screaming yet. It's not like, wee! Let's see. Ethereum Classic is currently showing down 5.29%. We're seeing this break, pretty heavy break here. Now I didn't have the break happening, and I wasn't sure which direction it was going to go, but I would have expected to see the break a little bit later, maybe towards the end of March. But we're getting a break a little bit earlier than that right now. So hasn't broke out of this trend yet, but it's getting there. It's close. Actually, if it switches over to the next day, it would be breaking out of it. So it is at $20 a coin. US dollar is currently at negative 0.1. See, now it's going back up. The US dollar is going back up, guys. I think this is going to be a fake break on the market here, and I think the market's going to start heading back down. It's still over 104.64 with this Fibonacci retracement. It's still holding. It did break my ascending wedge here, but it's not dropping, and it's holding support at this Fibonacci retracement here. Really, really hefty support. That kind of makes me inclined to believe that there's a potential possibility for this to continue to rise. And if that's the case, then we'll see the market go down. So kind of weird. Oil is showing down right now 0.42. Mortgage-backed securities are currently up 0.38 to 0.4. And SPY is up 0.67. The reason that the SPY looks like it's grayed out on my screen here is because on the daily, we're right at a break for my daily chart here. And it looks like we're getting the break to the top side, but I would watch for a pullback. It's very, you see this a lot. This happens quite often where you get this like fake pump to the wrong side and then an immediate crash right down afterwards. I should probably try to show that. This would probably be a good example of it right here. So you can see, let's draw this. Let's draw this a little bit different. Let's see, let's go there and hold on a second. I really want to draw it more like this. This is not a good example. Trying to look for one where I can show you an example of how it breaks to the top. Oh, actually, here might be one. Let me try to go back a little bit further here, because I know there are examples of this from the past. This might be a good one right here. Yeah, this is a pretty good one right here. I don't even need to draw the bottom side to this, but come on. I really need to reboot Weeble. It's lagging right now. But here you have a pretty obvious ascending or descending rather level of resistance, and you can see the first touch point, the second touch point, it comes back up, and it actually breaks falsely to the top side and immediately reverses back down and has a negative reaction to that, and says, nope, I'm not going that direction. You can't make me. And then you can see as it goes back down here, it comes back up and even retests that line again. Before you've got three points here where you've got to test a breakout, a false breakout, a fourth test, and then on the fifth retest of this trend line here, you finally get the break side upwards. And I'll bet you RSI is really it had room. RSI was still suggesting that it had room to move down. So at this point where it broke out to the top side, it was RSI was really at about 54, and so it was suggesting that it still had some more room to move here. So let's take a look at our current period of time and see what we're getting right now. Right now, we just had a break to the top side. We're at 49.31, which means that the RSI is like basically right in the middle on a daily chart here. We broke to the top side of this wedge here. We may see a hard breakdown to the bottom side here and you can see that the buying pressure is coming up to meet the selling pressure on the Vortex indicator, but has not fully crossed over. If we go back to that time frame that I was looking at before where we had that false breakout, what happened during that period of time? And yes, you can see the buying pressure starting to rise going into that point. You see the breakout, but then it doesn't actually make. There was no crossover on the Vortex indicator, indicating that there was going to be a change in flow of direction of value. And so you end up getting more continuation of that happening, which is kind of like what's happening right now, right? You see the lines are intersecting, or they're coming to intersect, but you may see a reversal in this because the RSI is still pretty neutral and has room for it to continue to move downwards. So the question is did price move up yesterday on lower volume than the previous day? And the answer is yes. Price moved up yesterday on lower volume. Price moved up yesterday on lower volume day over day, which means that that's bearish. So if price is moving up today on lower volume, watch for a potential reversal on this. It may be a one-day event, and then going into next week, it breaks hard back down again. I spent a lot of time on that. Sorry. VIX is showing down 2.09. It was down 0.4 earlier, so it means it's starting to head back up here. The VIX may actually be agreeing with what it is that I'm saying here on a longer term basis. It's starting to show the signs. VBR, because it was down -4 just a little bit ago. VBR is up 0.38, VB is up 0.56, Tesla is up 2.83, Amazon is up 2.56, Cinemark up 0.94, Doge is down 5.41. Let's take a look at that. This is another one of those indicators here where I've got this drawn out, and you can see it had a very definite break, or an attempt to break through. We'll see if this continues to hold or not. And then Bitcoin down 4.67 at 22.3 a coin. And I mentioned earlier this morning, I think this is totally within the parameters of where it should be trading right now, anywhere between 21.4 a coin and 25.2. So I think this is kind of normal trading going on right now, and I don't expect to see an actual real break to the bottom side until later. Somebody obviously was pulling some collateral or skimming the fat off of crypto. For what reasons, I have no idea, but this is trading within what I would expect to be normal price ranges right now. Again, 21.5 to 25.2 is completely normal. If we don't see it break past, I think I said to Blarkey the other day, I think I told him 20. If we see it break 20 down, then now we're really talking about something. But yeah. GME is up 1.81%. HYMC is up 2.49. Hood is up 0.94. CS is up 5.46. Ape is up 5.99. AMC is up 5.08. We have approximately 3.5 million dollars more inflow than outflow. 11.17 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 57 minutes of trading. Puts us on a pace for, it's not that kind of pace. 58 minutes. We're on pace for 75.17 million shares traded by the end of the day today on AMC. That is definitely higher than the 10 to 30 million I had predicted in the pre-market, and we may end up seeing that being broken to the top side. I don't mind being low. I just don't like being high. On a 4-hour chart on AMC, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.87, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.34, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.28, which is that's above average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.06, which is above average. Let me see. News is going to try and tell us why we're moving. I might save that to the side for reading for later. Let's see. Ape is currently showing $700,000, close to $700,000 more inflow than outflow for the day today. 4.53 million shares traded so far. After 59 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 29.94 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested 10 to 30 million, so we're on track for that. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 35.25, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have a divergence of the Vortex indicator here within the last 2 hours. RSI is at 49.51, which is average, and there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure. And then on a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.35, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.62, which is slightly above average. Ichimoto on the 1-hour for Ape has the lagging line below price line and conversion below base, but price is now starting to break up towards the top here. If the lagging line were to get above price line, it would be price would have to be just above or just below the cloud here for the day to day, which is going to be about $1.80. $1.80. Well, I said 80 for close. It would be about $1.88. And that's kind of what I'm looking for a close today. It might be as high as 188. I was trying to give myself a little bit of leeway on that one by guessing down just a slight bit, but I would expect maybe us to close somewhere around that, and then potentially trade sideways going into Monday and seeing the breakout going north of breaking this red cloud here, because price does like to drive up through red clouds. On a 4-hour time interval, we have lagging line below price line, conversions below base, and price is starting to head up. By Monday and Tuesday, those are the thinner portions of the cloud here. We could potentially see Ape breaking $2.32. Now, who's gonna fall for it? Who's gonna go step in those cow patties again on price rising on a Monday and Tuesday, only to be fooled and saddened by a reversal in that? I guess we'll see. we'll see who falls for it. It never seems to fail. Taking a look at AMC. On a 1-hour time interval, we have lagging line below price line. Conversion has crossed base, and price is above is still below the cloud here, but we are moving up towards the cloud. Getting the lagging line above price line and still being below the cloud is bullish, but the actual bullish point that I wrote down was above, breaking through the cloud today at around $7.36. I'm glad to see that we're going up today. I actually had 584 as my prediction for a closing price on Ape. As of right now, it's up, but I'm kind of seeing some possibilities for a reversal in the market, and I don't know what's going to happen with us when that happens. But seeing the conversion crossing the base is a good starting sign, and lagging lines close to also breaking price lines, so that's also good as well. On a 4-hour chart, we have lagging line now above price line, and conversion had broken out yesterday below base. We're kind of sitting at that point to where if we just kind of traded sideways at around 639, 640, we could trade sideways into closing it today. Also on Monday, maybe trading a little bit sideways and breaking through this cloud maybe going into Tuesday next week, and then maybe potentially seeing a price rise in the later portion of the week on AMC to higher highs. But we'll see. If we don't break through the cloud on Monday, we could potentially see price rise well above the cloud here, which by let's see, I guess that would be Wednesday. By Wednesday, we would be over $7.33, and you would see a continuation of price movement, likely upwards, as that would be pretty bullish. And I think that's it. That's all I got for you guys. Let me see here. Bollinger Band's back up. Fibonacci's back up. Let me put in, I got to go for AMC. I forgot to put in the synthetic price failure reset value, I think. I forgot to put it in. So let me go to a 1 hour chart here. Was 590 our low? It was. 590 was our low. Let me make sure I got the right value in here. $678 is going to be the value that we're going to be looking for. We had the price failure to 590 was a 30.8% decrease in price. That's not a typical turnaround point, guys. So I have to tell you that usually typical turnaround points is about 35% down, which would, since I guessed 584, I'm going to put in 580 in here and see what that comes out at. That's 32%. 570 would be, okay, we'd be looking at like 550. 550, 555, somewhere right around there would be the 35% turnaround point. This could be a temporary push up, and we may still see that red side coming in the later portion of the day today. Because I do think that 550 is kind of typical for synthetic price failures. Seeing it turn around at 30% doesn't happen very often. It's very, very, it's rare, like a good steak. But it's not good. And so let's see here. Well, I guess it is kind of good. It's better than 35% down. $6.78 is the price that we're going to be looking to break on the upside on this. So let me go ahead and fix this line here that I've got. We want this to be accurate as possible. $6.78 is going to be the value that we have to break in order for this synthetic price failure to reset, which means that we'll be seeing higher highs than what we had previously. And I think I got this all set up now. Alrighty. Now I can see what it is you guys are writing. Did you guys decide on who's going to be the ambassadors? The ambassadors to movie trivia. Yucca says, Casey, salt your meats. Absolutely. Thanks, thanks. I appreciate that, Batter. Thanks. Is it dropping? I don't know. I'm not looking at it. Let's see. Is it dropping right now? Nope. It looks like it's still up. But the DXY is going the other direction, though. DXI is improving. DXY is improving. Sorry. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not. Arthur says, "Let Melissa pick the movies." Ooh. She's playing. I don't want to interrupt her. She's playing Hogwarts right now. Glenn says USD is up because services PMI came in hot at 10 a.m. Everything else should still be moving down, though. you just saw a red candle in SPY. Hold on a second. Let me go back to it real quick and let me look at it. Oh man, I'm really gonna have to reboot this here. I mean, it's coming back down, but it's not it's not there yet. I wouldn't say that. Don't give me credit yet. It's still got to come down some more. The interesting thing is yesterday I believe we were running around like 393 for the open on the SPY yesterday, and I called out a 397 close for the day yesterday, and then so yesterday we closed. What did we close at yesterday? The close was, oh, that's today. The close yesterday was 397.81, and the open was 392. Yeah, so we were right about 393, and I was calling for a 397 close, and we hit 397 like dead nuts on the spot. And then in the aftermarket hours, it proceeded to move up another additional 3 points afterwards, which I didn't see that coming, but I fully anticipated a little bit of a reversal since it had already bottomed out, and my breakout point here on my chart doesn't show until today. So it seemed pretty obvious where we were going to move to yesterday, but it's a little less certain right now because we are breaking out of the trend upwards, but at the same time, it could be a false break, like a bull trap. Melissa, Misty, and Savvy. Is my mom is she here? Arthur's saying Foo, Savvy, Apex. I see Savvy's name in here multiple times. Let's see here. Apex now twice. I see is Foo's that Arthur's voting twice here. Arthur keeps throwing in the same three. Is that because everybody all decided, or is that just what you want? I see Savvy. Multiple people said Savvy, so and I feel like Apex has been listed by a couple people, maybe, or hold on a second. No, it was the same person. Yeah, you're stuffing it well because I'm definitely seeing it over and over and over. Savvy for sure. Savvy, are you here? Rem Taco, good to see you, man. The vote, Nana, is for the movies. I need 3 ambassadors for the movies for the new movies that we're going to be doing for movie trivia. And those ambassadors are going to, when they pick the movie, I'm going to let you guys discuss with the ambassadors. The ambassadors are going to pick one at a time, and then we'll let them pick. One of them is going to get 4 votes, and the other 2 are going to get 3 votes apiece, so 10. We'll do that 3 times today, so we'll get a total of 30 movies. Savvy says, "Why my name?" They picked you, Savvy. I have no idea. Okay, RB saying Apex, Savvy. I feel like I'm seeing Foo a bit here as well. I'm seeing Tom D. I'm seeing Foo, and now I'm seeing Yucca. That's all right, Savvy. Just hold up. You might not have to do anything. We'll see. All right, I'm gonna pick the 3. I'm gonna go Yucca, Savvy, and Foo. No, Tom D. I don't know. Whoever says yes first, either Yucca or Foo Dog or Tom. Whoever says yes, because I want to make sure you guys are listening. Down we go says yes. Okay, Tom can't do it. So we got Foo, Yucca, and Savvy approved. Alrighty. Yucca, Savvy, and Foo. You guys get to petition the community to find out what movies they want the most. You've seen them all printed out here in the section here. You guys get to decide what your 10 movies are going to be. You are the morning ambassadors this morning, and you guys get to choose which the 10 movies are going to be. So you guys decide amongst yourselves. I'm going to write it down. I saw so many Savvies that she's going to have the first choice pick for Savvy, and then I'm gonna put down Yucca and then Foo, and that'll be the order that you guys pick in. I think it's a good representation. Later we'll have 3 other ambassadors. We'll do this 3 times today, and so Savvy, whenever you decide to start this, you just list off what movie you want as your first choice to go down in the books, and these will be for the movies that we're going to continue on with for movie trivia. Apex, I might get you later on in the day. I don't know if you're going to be here for the afternoon or the because I know your name was listed quite a bit too. So I'll put you down for probably as an ambassador later today. I'm vetoing. If you guys pick Brokeback, I'm vetoing it. I don't care. I'm not doing it. All right. I feel like we see you in the afternoons at least, Apex. We don't see you in the afternoons. Yucca, you win your ambassador number 2. Savvy's ambassador number 1, your ambassador number 2, and Foo is ambassador number 3. Whenever Savvy puts in her first pick for movies, you get to take from the list of the community and decide you're going to get 3 picks for movies. I'm not doing it, RB. I'm not doing it. Sorry. It's not that. It's not that at all, Barry. I just don't want to do it. You can pick any other movie you want to. I just don't want to do that one. Savvy, that's up to you. You know, a lot of people were putting in the comment section some of their favorite movies, and so it's up to you to kind of take a look at what it is that people want as choices, and then it's up to you as an ambassador to decide on what you think is a good choice. And I'll let you guys just kind of discuss amongst yourselves what movies you guys want. Ape is at 1.785. AMC is at 646. AMC is up 6 point, or sorry, Ape is up 6.89%. AMC is up 5.9. Glenn says I never got a song played, never got a point. Glenn, what songs have you picked out? Never picked a movie disenfranchised. What song what song have you submitted? I'd have to go back over to the Discord and check it out. No. Yeah, I guess Savvy could pick the first 4. Savvy, I was going to have you guys pick them in order, but it'd probably be just easier to do it that way. So Savvy gets 4 choices, Yucca gets 3 choices, and Foo gets 3 choices. So you guys, whenever you come up with your choices, just go ahead and put them in there, and I'll just write them down. Yeah, Glenn, we'll get you included in here. I don't want you to feel disenfranchised. We'll get you in somehow. This is not one of those places where everybody gets trophies. Participation. Check out the latest song on Discord. Okay, let me check it out. Hold on a second here. I feel like you might have been saying earlier this morning that you put in a older song. Let's see here. Chase, get it on. Oh yeah. So here, we'll get you. We'll get you hooked up here. Top 40 19. I remember you saying that earlier this morning. Top 40 1971. I had to play. You know why I had to play this morning's song. I mean, it's. I didn't even. As soon as I read what it was that Brian put in there, it's like I couldn't not play that song. It was like, for those of you who didn't see it, Brian Carpenter basically said that he was going to shave his armpits with a dull stone if I played the song that I played for today. So I'm gonna hold him to it. Have I seen I've seen Forrest Gump, Pulp Fiction, and I've seen parts of Grease, but I can't sit through musicals. But you're more than welcome to put those in there. I think we already did Grease, and Pulp Fiction, and Forrest Gump for movie selections, though. So you need to probably come up with different ones. Dan Charbs is like me. He says musicals are the worst. I can't do them. I just can't sit. Dirty Dancing. I feel like we did Dirty Dancing already. We already did Forrest Gump, Pulp Fiction, and Grease. But I don't know if we did Dirty Dancing. We could do that one. Dan says, by far the worst. My kid just started loving Frozen. My life is exponentially worse since. Let's just let it go, Dan. Let it go. Oh, hold on a second. I got a cough. Oh man, that hurt my chest. Just let it go, Dan. You'll get past it. That's funny. Foo Dog's got his three. Three Amigos. Why do I feel like we did? Did we do Three Amigos? I Terminator 2 and Blazing Saddles. All right. I don't think that we've done Blazing Saddles or Terminator 2, so I'll put those two down. I feel like we did Three Amigos. Something makes me feel like we did Blazing Saddles as well, but I'll put all three down and then I'll go back and see if we did them or not. If we did do them, I won't do them. But all right, I got Foo Dogs in. Your ambassador has spoken. Ooh, my wife just said in the background, she goes, "Did you do Rain Man?" Nope, we have not done Rain Man. Definitely not. Definitely not Rain Man. Savvy says Devil's Advocate. Ooh, that's a great movie. I really like that movie. Hold on a second. That's a great one. Devil's Advocate. Dude, that movie messed me up in the head. Not lying. Dirty Dancing. Oh, Cheech and Chong. Which Cheech and Chong is it? Just the first one, the Los Angeles one? Because I think if you just say Cheech and Chong, I think that's what you mean by that. Cheech and Chong and Clueless. Nice. All right. Now I'm waiting on Yucca. Devil's Advocate messed me up. I don't know. I don't. There was. It was just so. There's been a couple movies in my lifetime where it's like you go like, oh my gosh, what in the world would I do if I was in his shoes? And that was one of them where I was sitting there going like that. It was just all kinds of messed up, and and I was just sitting there going like the whole thing was just so messed up. And then I'm sitting there. It kind of reminded me if you guys ever saw the movie Seven. And I don't want to do any like spoiler alerts or anything like that, but another great movie that messed me up was Seven, and I just sat there and I was going like, what the f would I do if I was in his shoes? I have no idea. Like I don't even like I just don't those kind of movies like Seven or Devil's Advocate just really screw me up in the head because I leave the movie sitting there thinking I don't know who I am as a person right now because I have mixed emotions about how I feel about the situation. Like I don't know, what would I do? And yeah, those are great. Those are great movies like that. I love those kind of movies. Yeah, Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman. Wait, yeah, that's right. And don't forget Kevin Spacey. Casey's Broken Mug says, "What about Indecent Proposal? That was a messed up one." So it was a little bit. Indecent Proposal came out when I was in like high school, I think, or at least that's the first time that I saw it. Mom, you didn't know this. Sorry. my my friend had a 18-year-old birthday party or something like that, and his parents let him watch Indecent Proposal, and so I was over there watching it. But that one didn't really mess me up because I didn't even know what the heck I didn't know what I was watching. I didn't. There was words. There was words in that movie. I honestly don't remember. Okay, Yucca Free is saying, Casey, Casey. All right, you got my attention, Yucca. What you got? What you got down? There was words in that movie. I want to say that movie would have messed me up, but I was too young and I never went back and rewatched it to really have it mess me up at all. The most messed up movie I've ever seen was called the Siberian film Scared for Life. There's another one called it's a space movie and I always forget the name of it. Um, it's like a space horror movie and it's not what is the doggone name of that movie? Event Horizon, that's it. Dan knows. It was Event Horizon. And you can't go back and rewatch it now because I've tried to go back and rewatch it and I feel like it's the edited version. Like they only show the edited version anymore and it doesn't have the same feel. Like if you saw Event Horizon originally and how it was originally shown, that movie will mess that I had strange dreams for a long time after that movie. Event Horizon will mess you up if you see it in the original cut. Big time. I am convinced that whoever wrote that movie had something tragic happen to them in their life. Very, very, very tragic. You don't come up with that kind of stuff. You don't come up with the stuff that they came up with in that movie. It just doesn't. They were sick in the head. There was something going on in that person's head. There had to be. You just don't come up with that without having something happen to you. Prometheus is a good movie. Where's Yucca? He said Casey, and then he doesn't put in any of his choices. Yeah, it was like Hellraiser in space. Yeah, pretty much, but worse. Casey, the one they showed to people before releasing was way worse Event Horizon. I think I may have seen that version, Plague. I really do think I saw that version because every version of Event Horizon that I've seen since doesn't scare me nearly as bad. Like it just really just doesn't scare me at all. But the Event Horizon that I saw in the movies the very first time, and I don't know if I got an advanced showing of something that I shouldn't have seen. I don't know what it was, but it was way worse than anything I've. It has to be probably one of the worst ones I've ever seen. I saw Screamers of Sci-Fi when I was a child, and that movie scared the crap out of me. It was before being released. I don't I don't know how I would have seen it then though. Primal Fear. Is that the one? Hold up, let me look that one up. Because I think I know which movie that is, Philip. Hold on. Primal Fear. Yeah, I think I know. Yep. Okay, yeah. This is the very first movie that I ever saw with Edwards. What's his name? What is this guy's name? I can't think of his name. He actually was in Edward Norton. Dude, that was a great movie. Great movie. That's another one of those ones where you walk out of the movie theater just going like, "What? I did not see that coming." It's totally one of those ones where you walk out of there just going like, "Dude, come on." That was a good movie. All right, I need Yucca to come in here and get because it's 10 o'clock. I gotta do numbers. But I need Yucca to come in here and give me Yucca. Come on, man. I see you writing. Put your stuff down. You got 3 movies. Go. Put it in, Yucca. You can do it. I believe in you. The Exorcist. All right. Ted. Okay. And Wolf of Wall Street. Got you down. All right, so far, the 10 movies on the first portion of the day today have been picked. Terminator 2, Blazing Saddles, Three Amigos, Devil's Advocate, Dirty Dancing, Cheech and Chong, Clueless, The Exorcist, Ted, and Wolf of Wall Street are the first 10 movies. We're going to get 10 from the middle portion of the day today. We'll have 3 different ambassadors who come in and take suggestion from you guys a little bit later today. I'll probably do it after my first break. Yeah, I'll do it after my first break. I look like Ed Norton when I shave. I'm sorry. I'm, I'm teasing, but not really. I mean, that's kind of sucks. Good looking guy, Ed Norton. Man, I can't. I already dug myself in a grave. I can't dig my way out of that one. All I have to say to you, Apex, is do you give me the tits or do you give me the ass? No, that's not what he says. You give me the front. What does he? What does Brad Pitt say? Do I give him the ass or do I give him the? What does he say? What is that quote? Dang it! Hold on a second here. Fight Club. No, that's not it. Let's see. As I pass, do I give you the? Here we go. Here it is. Hold on a second. As I pass, let's see. He says, now a question of etiquette. As I pass, do I give you the ass or the crotch? That is the best. That is the best. Every time I have ever gotten out of a airplane seat now, or I pass somebody in like a movie theater or we go to like a sporting event. It's the only thing I can ever think of now. Is like which side am I gonna face towards the people? It's like it is the debate that goes on in my head every single time I go like I don't know which way to go. I feel like it's a bad choice either way. Casey, did you check the graphic on Discord? I have not, and it's only because I was trying to keep something pulled up on here. Hold on a second. Did you where did you post it? Oh, I'm looking. I'm looking. I'm looking. I don't see it. I'm not sure where. Joe Joe Pounce says, Brian, you're next. Laugh out loud, and he's, I gotta show you guys. I gotta show you. This is so bad. Oh man. This is because Brian earlier this morning said that he, if I played a certain song, which I played, that he would shave his armpit with a with the dull stone. And this is this is my Discord. Is it playing? It's not playing. There we go. You can't unsee this once you see it. you you're killing me, Ben. You're absolutely killing me. Oh boy. You guys crack me up. Yep, I saw the graphic. I saw the graphic, John. I don't know. Where did you post it at, John? I got to get to the numbers. Joe says we have problems. Oh, and in my DMs, it must be in. I didn't get no DMs. You were looking at my screen right there. I didn't get no DMs from you. Not on Discord, anyways. I'm looking to see. I don't see anything on Twitter either. Let me refresh. Yeah, I don't know what's up with Discord. Like sometimes I don't get like you guys send me stuff and it doesn't usually get to my Discord for like an hour or something. It's always delayed. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here real quick, guys. See what we got going on. Discord, never mind. Okay. All right. I didn't see it. Let's see what we got going on here. John's like, I don't want to send you anything anymore after what you just showed us. Let's see what we got going on. Taking you guys over the other screen, I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So all those personal thoughts, comments, or questions until after the big tramp's back up on the screen again. Let me. I didn't. I You only spent 4 hours. I didn't get it. I got nothing. I got nothing showing up in Discord on here. It's really kind of weird how that how like it was really weird the other day. Yucca said when I didn't have my volume on, Yucca sent me a call, or he called me, but it didn't actually go through until like an hour later. My phone started ringing, and then I think somebody else was trying to send me like a DM, and it came through late too. And for some reason or another, I don't know why, but it always takes forever. Hold up a second here, guys. I'm moving a couple screens around, and we'll get into the data. I'll try and figure out what's. I don't know why. I don't know why it does that. I'll see if I can refresh it on my phone or something and see if I can get a hold of it. Glenn says it goes through screening first. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here and see what we got going on. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60% combined between AMC or between off exchanges and EDGX on AMC. And as of right now, we're getting about 55.36% going through off exchanges. EDGX is at 12.19. The grand total in that 67.55% or 7.55% higher than it should be. CHX volume is at 0.69% of our total daily volume, with a 30-day average of 1.97%. So not really that high yet, but it's definitely getting up there. Ape is got off exchange at 52.93. Man, I feel so bad, John. I really want to go check out what your data is now. You said you spent a long time on it. On Ape, we're at 60.47% of our volume going through those exchanges. That's about where I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX is at 0.01 and 30-day average is at 0.07, kind of low. GME CHX volume is 0.1 with a 30-day average of 0.33, so that's low as well. And on HYMC, 0. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago on Ortex, there was approximately 861,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now a return of 782,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 25.49%. We have cost to borrow at 0.59, average is 273.59, and max 338.93. Shares on loan for the day today is at 192.2 million shares. That is 5.71 million shares less on loan today than there was previously. Ortex is estimating that 1.9 million of that was in short interest that was closed out day over day. On Ape, earlier this morning there was about 5,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 30,000 shares, not much of a difference. Short share interest, the free float at 5.75. Cost to borrow min is at 7.26, average 7.98, and max is at 12.51. Shares on loan day over day decreased by 2.8 million shares to 25.29 million shares on loan. Looking at options. Highest amount of volume for the day today so far has been at a $6.50 strike for the calls. That is still the case. An hour ago, there was 12.2 thousand contracts. There's now 17.9. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $6 strike. An hour ago, there was 9,000 contracts. There's now 15.6. The market's still suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere between $6 and $6.50 by the end of the day. Combined, right now we have $8.19. We are still getting a little bit of consolidation in between these two Fibonacci retracements at 816 and 825. Not getting a clear break here on which way we're heading. It does. I'm not sure which way we're really. We've got a level of what appears to be support that might be breaking right now. But at the same time, I feel like we're just kind of consolidating in between 816 and 825. We may see a break to the bottom side here a little bit. Just keep an eye on this. We are kind of breaking the trend as of right now. So we may see a little bit of a pullback here. Orders by Fidelity customers. If it'll ever refresh. AMC, Ape, and GME, I'm not expecting to show up on this list as we likely all have low volume currently, and we are not still on that list. SSR is on for the day today for AMC and Ape after tripping yesterday. SSR trips today on AMC at 549 and Ape at 1.503. Currently, there's 350,000 shares having been, that are available to be borrowed, which were returned earlier this morning. 106,000 available in the ETFs. Quite a few shares out there. So far for the day today, we've seen about 1.5 million shares having been borrowed. Nothing since. Fees are currently at 118.7%. NASDAQ is up 1.01, Dow Jones is up 0.41, and the S&P 500 is up 0.8. We have 3,921 advancers to 2,464 decliners. I think that might be a little bit more advancing than it was an hour ago. Let's take a look and see what that looks like. We'll look here in just a second, but Ethereum Classic is down 5.54 at 19.93 a coin. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently showing down 0.08. WTI, or oil, is up 0.254. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.32 to 0.34, and SPY is at 0.8. Kind of trading sideways right now since market open. After we had a little bit of an increase from 399 to 401, it pulled back just a little bit and it's kind of trading right about where the point of contact is here in volume. VIX is down 2.09, VBR is up 0.45, VB is up 0.51, Tesla is up 2.8, Amazon is up 2%, Cinemark is down 0.25, Doge is down 5.65, Bitcoin is down 4.88, GME is up 1.32, HYMC is up 2.76, Hood is up 0.78, CS is up 5.63, Ape is up 8.08 at 1.805, AMC is up 4.13, up to $6.36. There's currently more inflow than outflow by $3.5 million. 14.08 million shares traded so far for the day today. We're definitely going to beat expectations on volume, I'm pretty sure. But because we are on a pace right now for, let's see. That's not the right number. What did I put? 105. We're on pace for 52.33 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. It has dropped down quite a bit, but it's going to have to drop down a lot more to make that pace of 10 to 30 million that I mentioned in pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.7, which is average. On 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.69, which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.73, which is just slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more buying pressure. Nope, wait, hold on. There is slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.92, which is average. On Ape, there's approximately $1.1 million more inflow than outflow. 7.36 million shares traded after an hour and 106 minutes of trading, which puts us on a pace for 27.07 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 10 to 30 million shares I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.75, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.98, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.17, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.46, which is above average. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. John says I can't. Are you talking PC or John? Are you talking PC or platform? Excuse me. So Fury, what you're really waiting for is you're waiting for hedge funds to kind of fold. I don't. I personally don't really think. I mean, a lot of people. I think there's a lot of people out there that think that there's a catalyst that could occur that would potentially cause price to start rising. But I really think that you need to see, and I guess it doesn't necessarily have to be hedge funds. It could be brokers too. Because last time what triggered it for GME was Robinhood, and Robinhood was, failing. So, I guess what you're looking for is you're looking for institutions in general to fail. Once you start seeing institutions kind of struggling, especially it just takes one, right? Once you start seeing one fail, then they all start kind of kicking the can, or not kicking the can, but nails in the coffin. I don't know what's the right terminology, but they all start. It's one dead fish in the barrel pollutes the rest. Why do you track the combined price instead of the average price? The average price is what the price will be. No, that is not correct. The average price is not what it would be after the reverse split. That's it. That's inaccurate. And the reason for that is that the uh, Ape will have, and Adam Marin actually even mentioned this in the quarterly meeting. He talked about how Ape would have a diluting effect on price because of the outstanding shares being larger than the amount of shares for AMC. So if the price remains lower, then it would have a diluting effect on price, and that's why you should take market cap into consideration when it comes to trying to formulate an idea of where price will end up being. Buzzin says was driving when you were talking about Event Horizon. OMG, totally agree. Saw as a kid was those images he saw when in his head in contact with the structure was awesome. I don't know if I'd call it awesome, man. It ruined me as a person for a while. My dreams weren't the same for a bit. But it certainly won't be combined price. Yeah, oh, absolutely. It will not be combined price. I agree with that for sure. But the reason I'm looking at combined price right now between AMC and Ape is uh, that is the current value. Doug says GME was a different market. Money was cheaper and retail had a lot more money was flowing. This is a different situation. I agree. I totally agree. Which is why I've said for a long time this market has to kind of fail in order for this to be successful. It's going to be very difficult for us to see hedge funds or brokers failing without the market failing. It's because John Merriweather is sending out an email right now that says that the price of an Ape share will be the price of AMC, and the way that John Merriweather's saying it in his email is very it could be construed by somebody that the whatever the price of AMC is what the price of Ape is going to be afterwards, which is not untrue. The problem is that what they're not considering, or maybe they don't understand, is that the price of AMC and Ape will not be the same afterwards, the perceived value of, or the fair market value, will be adjusted for the dilution or the extra amount of shares that are involved with Ape. And so, you know, a lot of people are forgetting that and leaving that part out. The Ape units will indeed be the price of an AMC share, but what that price is going to be, nobody really kind of knows, right? So the true answer is that yes, those Ape units will be worth one AMC share's value, but what is that value? That's the question you should be asking. And it's not going to be what it is. It's not going to be whatever AMC's price is times 10. I can promise you that won't be the case. How is combined price the current value? Because that's what it is. Yeah, myself says AMC plus Ape is the current value for AMC1, which is used for the options. That is correct. And that's, I mean, it is what it is. It's the current value. The combined price of AMC and Ape is the current value. What's my guess? My guess is that if you take market cap on the last day of trading, if you take the market cap of AMC and Ape and add it together and divide by the 144 million shares that are going to be outstanding afterwards, that's going to probably be pretty darn close. But I'll inevitably be wrong. I guarantee you I'll end up being wrong because what the market perceives as a fair value versus what it actually trades at is going to be an entirely different thing. I don't know, Arthur. It's a good question. Arthur's asking if the vote is a yes and the lawsuit keeps the action delayed, would Ape rise quickly to match AMC price? I don't know. I really have to put on my thinking cap for that one and kind of sit there and kind of mull over the idea of what that would mean. All I can say to you, Arthur, is I would just watch options. Whatever the options dictate price is going to be is probably what's going to end up happening. Whatever max pain is, right? Like whatever max pain ends up being for the futures is likely going to be what the price is going to be. No, you're absolutely right, Salty Dog. You cannot do that. You're absolutely right. But the current value for the options trades, you can. And that's the current value that's perceived value for those options. And that's how you do it. You add AMC and Ape together, and that's what you get for your options contracts. Tank Dog says, so after reverse split, we could lose money depending on where they value AMC or Ape. Whatever the value of AMC and Ape is yes. Yes. If Ape's price is lower than AMC's price, then we will lose value. If Ape's price is higher than AMC's price at the time of conversion, then we will gain value. Doug says AMC may come down to meet Ape. That's always a possibility too. Yes. Wild Wendell says, why does cost to borrow keep dropping? Because they keep returning shares. It all depends, Dan. It all depends on what prices are on AMC and Ape when the conversion goes to happen. I'm getting a phone call. Why am I getting a phone call? Hold on a second here. Hayden just butt called me. That's funny. He probably tried to call me earlier. I don't know. So, while to add on to what it is, I gave you like a very brief answer, right? But as they return shares, there's more shares available to borrow, and when there's more shares available to borrow, that causes cost to borrow to go down because it's supply and demand. Whatever the value, if there's lots of additional shares to be able to borrow, then cost to borrow is going to go down. If there's very few shares to borrow, then the cost to borrow goes up. And so the answer to that, and the reason why there's so many additional shares available to borrow right now is because they have been returning massive quantities of shares back into the market. So Jason says, when is the vote? When is it implemented? As of right now, the vote's for the 14th. We have to vote for most of us. We're voting here before before midnight on the 14th. And as far as when it's implemented, I would just go ahead and say it's to be determined right now. Tentatively, it's April 27th, but we'll see. There's things that could occur that may change that. Arthur says Winmar. 2 weeks, Arthur. Jay, I don't think they'll combine around 20. I don't think that sounds right. That's way too low. I'm not sure how you're coming up with 20, but that sounds way too low to me. Fury says options chain's probably rigged as well. You're gonna make me choke on my spit. Yeah, I would say that might be the case. Yeah. Well, welcome to enlightenment. Yeah. What is the current market cap for AMC? Doug, I would use the current numbers, right? AMC provided you with some numbers, and it's a real easy formula. All you got to do is just take current market price times the amount of shares that are in existence, and I happen to have AMC's numbers here right in front of me. It says here that the company has 517 million. So we could just do this exercise right now since I've got my calculator, my handy dandy little calculator right here. And for AMC 6.46, and I just took the value that I first saw up on the screen when I started the math here, but it's saying 645. Let's do 645. 6.45 times 517,580,416 shares comes out to market cap of wait, I did plus. Son of a gun. I don't know how I hit the plus sign. I'm sitting there going like, that's not the right number. It comes out to 3.338 billion, and it looks like Weeble's rounding up here. They're putting 3.33. Just a second ago, it was 3.34, and they were rounding up due to the fact that at $6.45, it was probably close enough for them to be able to round up. Now you can see that market cap is showing 3.34 billion, and so yeah, they're just basically rounding up the 8 here to 3.34. So that's how you figure market cap. It's real simple math. Real easy math. It's not a mystery. That's why I always flinch a little bit whenever I see people posting out there, oh, Yahoo's saying market cap is like $18 trillion. And I go like, guys, it's simple math. You just take, they're obviously, this is why I don't go to Yahoo for my numbers. You just take your simple outstanding shares, multiply by your current price. That's your market cap. It doesn't matter what they're reporting. It doesn't mean crime or anything like that. It's just that somebody out there screwed up or fat fingered a number somewhere, And usually you can kind of figure it out when you go through and you look at the numbers. You go like, oh yeah, they basically added AMC and Ape price together and came up with a market cap that was combined, or you can usually reverse the math in a way to where you can figure out where they made the mistake at. But, and it's really simple math, really, really stupid, simple math. It's not hard to figure out. Yep. That's right. Market cap equals current stock price times the total number of outstanding shares. That is correct. Now do apes. Absolutely. We can do that. Apes is 1.809. I feel like you're trying to teach me a lesson here or something. It's like I already know this stuff. I've already done this math like a million times. Let's see here. So market cap. We actually went through this the other day together live on stream, and I was showing you guys how to work it out. But times 1.805, you get 1.678. And this is why it's really, really important to not follow what they're saying outstanding shares on here, because you can see this. Here's the discrepancy right here. Webull's saying it's 1.27 billion, but that's because they're basing it off of a total outstanding shares at 702 million shares. That's not how many there are. It's not 702. Adam Aaron very clearly stated it's 929,849,612 shares in the proxy. So you got to multiply by that number. And so that's the value that you'd be getting. So you got to make sure and use the right math here, guys. You can't use fake math to come up with your answers. You got to use real math, not fake math. Because if you take Webull's numbers and did the 1.27 billion, then you're going to come up with you're going to end up shorting yourself quite a bit, and you're going to be coming up with a $20 number like somebody else was just saying a minute ago, when that's not the case. Yeah, Papa Mac says his spreadsheet does it for you. I gotta go back and hold up a second here. Hey, Papa Mac, do me a favor and link your website one more time. Hold on a second though. Go ahead and list out that website one more time so I can it'll be easier for me that way. No. It's even easier than that, Andrew Pitchfork. If you want to get banned on this channel, you can just be an asshole. Go do some work. We'll see you back later when you get back. You're probably one of 3 people. I think I know who you might be, but we'll see you back when you get your attitude back and together and you do some homework. Have fun. We'll see you when you get your new name. You didn't last very long on that one. Let's see here. Let's open up this link and let me pull it up here. I gotta save. For some reason, I didn't save. I thought I saved this into my load up for reading files here, but apparently I didn't. Let's see. There we go. So we just put in, let's see, we put in AMC and Ape's price here. I got the spreadsheet open. Did you change this since last time we looked at it? Because right now I'm putting in the data here, and it's saying it's not giving. Let me just put the same values in. There we go, 3463. I think somebody already put it up in the chat anyways. But yeah, so following this, for those of you who are new here, by the way, we have like a couple of shills that are just like very constant in here, and the only reason that he got the instant ban isn't because of what he said. Well, I mean, it is because of what he said, but it was not because I don't ban people for mentioning anything like that at all. It never happens. And so it's just like, you're going to be coming here acting like a dick. You're going to get treated like one. So just letting you guys know why that happened the way that went down there. But as far as the estimates go here, this would be, after it's all said and done here, this would be the value, the 3463. Using current numbers, and I used 1.805 for the value for Ape and AMC at 645, and it comes out to 3463. Louis Leisure says, what did they say? He said Casey's desperation is so evident. Mentioned balance sheet, instant ban. Nobody's ever been banned for mentioning a balance sheet before. He doesn't want to talk facts. Better to talk Ortex numbers and manipulate reality. Tell Casey to talk balance sheet. Literally, like, I've invited people. I've had Manjit onto the channel here to talk about the balance sheet. Like, I've never had a problem talking about balance sheet before. I know we're net negative right now. I get it. I understand it. I've never had a problem talking balance sheet. Carl says I was talking balance sheet yesterday. I know. You'll never see me get, tell somebody that or remove them from here from talking balance sheet. I'm straight up. We'll talk about it all day long. It's looking better. It's looking better and better, and I love it. It's not in the black yet, that's for sure. With a 5 billion market cap and 144 million post-split share count, I show approximately 3470. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to the same numbers there. Because what I just showed you was 3463, so we're off by like 7 cents. So, close enough. It's pretty close. I would agree with that number. But what you have to remember too, though, Salty Dog, is that what the first, the perceived fair value is not necessarily going to be that, right? We're coming up with an estimate as to what we think it's going to be, but what the market is perceiving as a fair value is going to be based off of how they're hedging their bets, right? And so really what you want to do is you want to go, if you want to try and figure out ultimately what price is going to end up being, is you should be looking at options and how those are going to be trading. Because more than likely the very first trade that goes through is going to be based off of actual perceived value, not whatever it is that we think the value should be worth. Because ultimately that's what a share price is, right? A share price is what the market is willing to pay in exchange for a share. That's ultimately what the price is. In other words, if somebody came in after the conversion of AMC and Ape and said, I'm willing to pay $1,000 a share, that's suddenly the new price. It doesn't matter what we calculate. If somebody's willing to pay $1,000 for a share, and no other order, if there's, and this is obviously making a lot of assumptions, but if there's nothing else on the order book that would precede that to rise up to that value, if that's the very first order that goes through the order book on trading day, then the value will be $1,000 a share. So you can't, we can kind of come up with like a theory of where price is going to be moving to, but what the actual price is going to be traded at is going to be completely different. No, I'm not saying that at all, Josh. I'm saying that if you were to convert it and reverse split it right now, that's what it would be right at this minute. I'm not trying to say that's what I'm saying. That's what you could expect it to maybe be around, but that's not what I'm saying at all. I don't know what it's going to be. No, and anybody who's trying to tell you they know what it's going to be is lying to you. They can give you like a ballpark figure maybe, but that's the best they could probably do. You will always have 10x less. Divide whatever shares you have. Well, let's just assume, Carl, for a second that you had 500 AMC and 500 Ape, because I want to make this real simple and easy. Then you just take those numbers and you divide by 10, right? And that's how many shares. So you would have 50 AMC and you would have 50 Ape after it's all said and done. You would have a total of 100 shares of AMC shares after the reverse split. It's a 1-to-1 ratio. Nothing else, nothing more, nothing less. However, there is little caveats in here where, for example, like let's say you had 501 shares, you're still going to only have 50 shares. If you had 509 shares, you're still only going to have 50 shares. You have to have 510 shares to get 51 shares. You got to remember that they're doing a 10-to-1 reverse split on this, and if you don't have the full amount to make the conversion or the reverse split, then you're going to get cashed out for whatever portion of it that you don't have to complete the 10 ratio. So, but that's just getting really technical. Carl, no. The way that the wording was for the proxy, both have to take place. I don't think anybody, uh, I don't, well, I don't know if anybody would see it that quite like that, Salty Dog. I'm not sure. But I mean, if you took, um, yeah, I see what it is that you're saying there, and I understand where you're going with that. But that's why people need to understand that there is going to be a little bit of a dilutive effect on Ape on AMC. But the problem is that you got to remember is that you're assuming, and you should never make assumptions like this, but you're assuming that the closing price of Ape is going to be where it's at currently, without actually knowing where the price of Ape is going to be. Your assumptions could actually be wrong. So it is very factual that you could actually end up coming, you could have a balancing out of AMC and Ape price just before it all happens, and then what you end up getting is you get an even takeover in price. So I know you can't make assumptions as to what price is going to be ahead of time. I personally don't think that's going to happen, by the way. I don't think there's going to be a balancing of price on AMC and Ape. And if you guys want to ask me why, that's fine. I don't mind sharing. Yeah, myself says that 34 represents the company in its current state and the current economy. That is correct. Hey, blah blah. I looked up that what was it called? Something rabbit. I got it written down here. Hold on a second. I looked up Noble Rabbit. Dude, I'm not that guy. That was so mean, man. I'm not that guy. That's not me. ProJuler says, even your shares up to even 10, pretty simple. Maybe a Schoolhouse Rock song will help. Casey, do a Schoolhouse Rock song about reverse splitting numbers. Conjunction, junction, what's your function? Oh, wait, that's words. Damn it. I don't remember any of the songs from back in the day. How many trading days out is this? It depends on when it's going to happen, Carl, and I don't know the future. So there's no way. The vote, I can tell you the vote is in. Let's see, we vote by the end of the 13th. The vote actually happens on the 14th, so 6 trading days, besides not counting today. We have 6 trading days left. But if for whatever reason, it does take until the judge has the hearing on the April 27th, then you would be seeing more than just those 6 days. You could potentially see it going out to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39 trading days, unless there's some kind of vacation day in there somewhere, which I'm almost positive there is. So it's probably like 35 trading days or something like that. What would AMC, the company, be worth once it gets out of debt? It's actually it's a good question. I think the company actually is worth quite a bit, but I can't. I'm not a sweetheart, man. Yeah, I am. All right, fine. But that's not me. I'm not that dude. Let's see. Myself says, what would AMC's company be worth once it gets out of debt? It's a really good question. Um, I mean, I guess you could take a look at the assets of the company and from this last quarterly or the yearly, and probably kind of come up with an idea of what the company might be worth. A lot of times, some people would suggest that the market. Well, that's not really the right way to say it. I would say a lot. I would say a lot, and I just don't. I don't. It's there was a point in time where I put a number on this, and I was kind of thinking because people were saying like, could AMC ever be at risk of a buyout? And I said, well, sure, if somebody wants to spend like $30 billion on a company, and then they go $30 billion, and I go, well, yeah, and they go, how in the world are you coming up with $30 billion? And I go, well, when you obviously market cap is the first thing that you have to pay off. You got to pay off the investors, and so whatever market cap is, that's $5 billion right there, or whatever it is. Maybe it's yeah, it's about $5 billion, somewhere right around there. So that's 5 billion right there. So now you only need to account for $25 billion worth of assets that the company has in total. And I feel like there's probably they probably hold that much market. So that might be like a good round number for you, but I'd have to really sit down and kind of crunch the numbers a little bit to kind of come up with a more accurate number. UPS guy, that's certainly an option. Yeah, I don't usually go back and rewatch that stuff though, Michael. I don't go like, hey, I should go listen to Schoolhouse Rock song. I just don't do that kind of stuff. Do you think the conversion will force any shorts? To what? To close positions? They'll be forced to settle, but it won't be in buying shares, if that's what you mean. Louis says SPY breakout must be to the top side because we're moving up. Yep, it is moving up. Whoa, no, no, I don't think they could do that, Gorilla. No, they don't have 25 billion. It's just that they have assets, and I don't think they could use those assets to pay off debt. Not those. I mean, you wouldn't want to do that. That's how they're making money. I mean, I guess they could, but then they'd be losing some of their market that they, some of the theaters that they own that are making them money in the first place. So probably not a good idea. Well, so myself says, Casey, if you don't want to influence people, it's me not influencing people myself. I don't have a problem with people having freedom of speech. I just don't want to say what it is that I'm going to vote for because what it is that I say has a pretty big impact, and I don't want that to be the case. So, and I know what other people are saying has an impact on others as well. But I do value freedom of speech very heavily. So, um, but I'm not going to allow people to harass people though. So like if somebody came in here and was just like constantly like you have to vote this way and like telling people like how they had to vote and being like just in general like a jerk, I would probably tell them like, hey, you need to like chill out or like go away or something. So, but in regards to like telling people that they can't say what they feel on how they want to vote, I don't have a problem with it. I just don't. I'm just holding myself to a higher standard. Casey, who would you take with you from this chat as your cellmate if you were ever sent to jail? Man, that's a tough one. I don't know. That's a tough one. You know what they say as a parent, you love your kids equally. You know, there's and you learn a lesson about that in life is that you're not supposed to have favorites. So I'm gonna just go ahead and say I don't have any favorites. I'm gonna go with I like you guys all equally. Oh, my wife just says somebody who gives good conversation. I take my wife, but I don't think she's really in this chat right now, though. Quick, hun, go put in a hi in there real quick. Like I'd be like, see, I take her. I think you are. Oh, sorry about that. Do I have? Sorry, I didn't mean to have you on the one chart there. My bad. Sorry. Oh man, that's awesome. Run. I skied Mammoth when I lived in Colorado. I'm gonna like totally bum you out here. I skied Mammoth one time when I was in Colorado. Oh, that's actually no. I'm not gonna bum you out. I'm gonna tell you a funny story because I got like 3 minutes left here. So Mammoth was the first time that I ever rode a T lift, a T bar lift. You know where they take the little T bar or what looks like an IUD or whatever, and they stick it on you sit on one side and then somebody sits on the other side. And my first time ever riding up on one of those T-bars, I'd never ridden on one before. I was in high school at the time, and so they paired me up with this Asian lady. She was much, much smaller than I was, even though I was in high school. She was really small. They paired me up with this Asian lady, and so she was a real tiny thing. And so when we sat down on it, it was obviously I was on the heavier side, so it leaned up, and so she was like kind of like elevated a little bit, like probably more than she should have been. And I don't remember where it was exactly, and I had never been on one of these the T-bar pulls where it pulls you up the hill. And she crossed her skis like halfway up the hill, and when she crossed her skis, she fell off, and she couldn't correct it because she was kind of like she was not really sitting. She couldn't really like lift her ski and get it uncorrected, and so she went down. She took me down with her, and then people were literally like skiing over the top of us, and I started laughing so hard and was having like so much fun in the fact that I was just getting skied over time and time again, and that I couldn't get up off, off the ground. And her and I were both like scrambling to like get out of the way as these people are like trying to ski around us and over us, and so uh, I'm like trying to pull her out of the way, she's trying to pull me out of the way. It was so hilarious. It was the best time ever, and I'll never forget that. But I didn't want to ride any more of those after that though. I had way more people ski over me than I'd ever had before, so that wasn't. It was funny, but it wasn't fun. I didn't take it as disrespect there, Tech We Love or Pirate Porn. Sorry, I didn't. I don't have any. I don't have any problem. Maccabee says I saw a video of this person losing control on that and basically smashing themselves into every single person down the slope. Casey, I was testing your loyalty to this chat, blood in, blood out. I wouldn't want to pick. I wouldn't want to pick. Yes, Mike 39. I have seen it. I would say now, Doug. The best thing would be now. Yep, I'd take y'all. I'll take y'all. 11:02, guys. It's time to take a look at the numbers. Yeah, but Doug, I would definitely go with a squeeze before. Um, that's always been my hope. It would make my vote so much easier if we were to squeeze beforehand. That it makes for me in my decision process it would make it so much easier if we had a squeeze beforehand. But that's just me. Let me move all these over here real quick. And oops, I think I'm taking you guys to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, or questions and concerns for me until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Hold on one second here. I'm not sure if I logged back in. I think I did. Yeah, it did. Okay. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Let's see here. Off exchange is at 50. Oh, let me refresh this. I don't think I did. Off exchange for AMC is at 55.1, and I always say off exchange. It's off exchanges. CBOE EDGX is at 12.04. Combined total in that 67.14. That is what did I say? 62. Yeah, 62. That is 5.14% higher than it should be. CHX volume is at 1.16% of our total daily volume, with a 30-day average at 1.97, and equates to 163.4 thousand shares going through that exchange. That's higher than what it used to be from the past, but not quite to the $500,000 or 500,000 share mark that I like. That makes me happy, or the million that makes me really, really happy, or the 2 million that makes me feel like I'm in Candyland. What is that? I meant to say Willy Wonka's. What was Willy Wonka's place called? What the heck was Willy Wonka's? It was just a chocolate factory. What was it? I can't even think of what the name of the plant was called. Somebody help me out here. I just went back to see what you guys are writing. What's the name of it? Willy Wonka and the chocolate. Wait, Willy. What was the name of the chocolate factory? Did it have a name? I can't remember if it had a name or not. Somebody's got to put it in here. It's driving me nuts. Willy Wonka. Is that was it just called? For some reason, I wanted to call it Candyland, but was it just the chocolate factory? Wonka World. Ah, that sounds right. I feel like Jim Eagle might be right there. It might be the Wonka World. That might be right. Wonka Chocolate Factory. Okay, see, yeah, it makes me feel like 2 million shares of off exchange volume would make me feel like I was in Wonka World, or whatever you want to call it. Wonka Chocolate Factory. I can remember. 53.17% going through Ape off exchange. EDGX is 7.67. The combined total in that 60.84 or 1.2% roughly. That's 1.16% lower than it should be by the sum of the day. CHX volume is at 0.01% of the total daily volume, with the 30-day average at 0.07, so it's kind of low. CHX volume on GME is at 0.2 with a 30-day average of 0.33, so it's kind of low. And HYMC looks like 0 shares. It's not updating. Update. Go. And CHX, yeah, 0. Taking a look at Ortex. Holy moly. We got some action here. As of an hour ago, there was 782,000 shares having been returned. It's now 7.27 million shares having been returned on on AMC. Heavy, a lot. Oh no, this can't be right. That is right. Damn, that's crazy. Cost of borrow, that's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop to 25.03%. Cost of borrow ends at 0.59. Cost of borrow average 283.78, and max is at 338.93. That's a lot of shares to be returning 2 days in a row. That's insane. Wow, man. Shares on loan day over day decreased by 5.71 million shares yesterday. And estimations by Ortex is that 1.91 million shares of that was in closed short interest. That's big. These numbers are really, really big. It's kind of exciting a little bit here. Utilization. Oh yeah, I don't need to cover all these numbers. Going into Ape. Ape has an hour ago about 30,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's still the same, which is leaving that estimated short share interest of the free float at 5.75. Cost of borrowment is at 7.26, average 7.98, and max is at 12.51. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is down day over day by 2.8 million shares to 25.29 million shares on loan. In the options, highest amount of call volume is at a $6.50 strike. An hour ago, there was 17.9 thousand contracts. There's now 19.8. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $6 strike. An hour ago, there was 15.6 thousand contracts. There's now 17.4. Market suggesting closing price on AMC is still between $6 and $6.50. Combined price between AMC and Ape is at $8.25. Finding a little bit of resistance there at that Fibonacci retracement that you can see because we are at $8.25. The next big push on this would be breaking through that $8.25 level and making up to $8.37. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME have not been on this list due to low volume. I don't like the fact that we're increasing on price right now on low volume. That's not necessarily a good thing. That's kind of bearish. I'd rather see higher volume than what we're getting. Why isn't this refreshing? Did it refresh and I just didn't see it? AMC, Ape, and GME I do not see on the list still. SSR is on for the day today for AMC and Ape after having triggered yesterday. Would trip again today on AMC at $5.49 and Ape at 1.503. Shares available to borrow. Does look like they might have borrowed another additional 50,000 shares so far for the day. That puts us at 1.55 million shares borrowed so far. ETFs are still the same. Fees are at 119.7%. NASDAQ is up 1.33, Dow Jones is up 0.74, and the S&P 500 is up 1.08. We have 4,378 advancers to 2,039 decliners. The market is more advancing now than it was an hour ago, and it's almost cooking with bacon grease. Looking pretty hot right now. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. Ethereum Classic is down 5.14. DXY is currently down 0.26, starting to head back down now. WTI or oil is up 3.98. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.44 to 0.45, and the SPY is now up 1.08. I think it was like 0.8 before, so it's moved up almost 0.3% in the last hour. VIX is down 2.09, VBR is up 0.82, VB is up 0.98, Tesla is up 4.2, Amazon is up 2.2, Cinemark is up 0.11, Doge is down 5.16, Bitcoin is down 4.53, GME is up 3.05, HYMC is up 2.38, Hood is up 1.87, CS is up 6.51, Ape is up 7.49, and AMC is up 6.01. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $3.85 million more inflow than outflow. 16 or 17 million shares traded so far after 161 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 41.18 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 10 to 30 million shares. We're starting to get down to the point to where I'm feeling like a little more comfortable. Provided we don't see some like large amounts of volume at the end of the day today, we might actually do okay on my volume prediction with 10 to 30 million shares. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.41, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.02, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 68.4, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.82, which is above average. Taking a look at Ape, there is approximately $900,000 more inflow than outflow, 9.41 million shares traded so far after 162 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 22.65 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within 10 to 30 million shares that I suggested in pre-market. 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.98, which is below average. 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.04, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.12. which is above average, and on a 5-minute interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.1, which is slightly above average. Let's see here. ABC says, seems like they're doing everything possible to keep AMC below 650. Let's check it out. I'm going to try and draw a little something about like this, I think. We may see a break here. I don't know if this is, we may see a break kind of moving in one direction or the other here in just a little bit. I think I'm going to look at the trend channel on this, but I feel like this is, I'm going to draw that. I guess I'll just start here. This trend channel is pointing to the bottom side, which could mean a break to the top. What do we have going on with volume here? Let me check it out real quick. On volume for the day today, it is heading down and price is moving up, which is not, that's bearish. So they're in conflict. Yeah, volume profile showing down and price moving up, which is bearish. But the trend indicator here is pointing towards the bottom side of this kind of wedge that we've kind of formed. It almost looks like a flag, and so I would suggest that it's just very hard to say. Hard to say which way it's going to break here. Everything's kind of pointing towards different things, but I think we should have an answer here pretty soon. Bollinger Bands are suggesting tightening of volatility. I think a lot of things make sense, Yucca. Myself says, how many Qs would AMC have be able to last with the 600 plus? So I'm kind of guesstimating somewhere between 3 and 4. However, there's a big caveat to that is that some these, if you know who retail stock, oh shoot, what is his name? Retail stock or stock retail? I think it's stock retail. Stock retail is suggesting that he thinks that we're going to be cash positive starting Q1. And I'm not sure if he's trying to that he thinks that because of the fact that he thinks that it's going to be a yes vote and that AMC will pay enough debt to become cash flow positive, or if he's thinking that without it. I haven't had a chance to watch his videos all the way through, but I do respect his numbers. He's a very smart guy. I kind of want to have a chance to take a listen to what it is that he has to say. If AMC can feasibly become cash positive, then obviously I don't think that's possible with their current debt though. If they can become cash flow positive without a reverse split or a conversion, then it'll last for a long time. If they're going to continue to be down, then we'll be looking at like 3 to 4 quarters. 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 Appealing Alex says, I think institutions are covering or at least starting. What makes you think that, out of curiosity? Lucas, good to see you. I think it's stock retail. Hold on a second. Let me look it up. I always get the name backwards. My dyslexia kicks in. every time I try to come up with this channel name, I always get it backwards. Sometimes it's okay. It is stock retail. Stock retail is the name. I can link you to it if you want to. I think I can. Yeah. I haven't had a chance to watch his video, but he had a video out there recently that was talking, and I had a chance to listen to part of it, but not all of it. Win positive earnings, WEN, positive earnings. It's an hour-long video, which is one of the, for me, I can't sit there and listen to an hour-long video, so I made it through the first, I don't know, 10 minutes maybe. I can't see where it's got a red line to a certain point. I don't know how much of it I made it through, but that's something I kind of want to sit down and kind of like listen to and see what it is he's saying and see if it's something I agree with the numbers. He's pretty accurate on his numbers and where he's going with those. So I would, I'm not positive, but I feel like I've heard him say that he feels we could be cash positive, or cash flow could be positive by Q1. I don't know. We'll have to see. ABC says if it breaks 650, there's 14K open interest. If it breaks 7, there's 29K open interest. Definitely a gamma ramp from there to 10. Appealing Alex says volume is being controlled through the dark pools. I saw the dark pool queen. I always forget what her name is. I saw her post. It's like can I always forget her name. But I saw that post that she had from last night, and I would agree that there's a lot of extra dark pool movement that's occurring on AMC right now. But I don't necessarily think that they're closing positions right now. I don't think they're covering. So I think what you'll see when you see covering is going to be a lot different than closing. And right now I see closing of positions. So if you were to say I think we're closing right now, or we're seeing a lot of closing, institutional closing of positions, I would completely agree with that. It's very apparent. I mean, yesterday alone we saw 5.71 million shares having been returned. Today is at 7 million right now, so that's closing. Yeah, Stephanie, Once you said Stephanie, it's Camamer, right, or something like that. I always forget the name though. It's the last name that throws me off. If I could just remember the Stephanie part, I'd probably always remember it. Cameraman. It's Cameraman or something like that. Or yeah, there it is. Bill put it in. Cameraman. I just need to remember her name by like thinking of like a cameraman. That's a good question, Batter. I'm not sure. I mean, I think ultimately going into next week we have more bullish momentum. So I would suggest we should be able to hold it though, based off of what I'm seeing from the numbers for next week. Myself says worst case, let's say AMC needs to go to Chapter 11. What we are seeing by Cinemark not being able to sell their theater isn't a very good confidence builder, but okay. I don't want to see AMC go bankrupt. I don't. It's not a good thing. How long can they hold in dark pools? Indefinitely. I mean, at some point when the price starts running, they probably won't use the dark pools as much. But for as long as they're trying to control price, you'll see those dark pools being used. Julie says, Adam Aaron tweet. I swear I'm set up for notifications and I never get them. I don't understand how that works out, but let's see what he says. Frank Sinatra, Let It Snow, Let It Snow, Let It Snow. Watch the new official music video for Let It Snow, Let It Snow, Let It Snow by Frank Sinatra. This isn't the first time that he's posted something like this. He actually did the Andre Bacinelli, or however you say that guy's name. he did something for that a while back too. Are they getting? Hold on a second here. Let me look something up real quick here. Yeah, he's not getting, well, I mean, he might be getting snow, but he's not getting snow right now in Kansas City, so I don't know. He's got forecasted for, oh no, he does have forecasted snow for today. No, tomorrow. Tomorrow he's got a forecast for snow. How in the world are they going to get snow at 39 degrees? What kind of weird magic is? How in the world are they getting snow predictions at 39 degrees on Oh, that is for Thursday next week. Am I looking at this wrong? What is this saying here? Friday, Saturday. Yeah, this is for Thursday next week. They're not getting snow anytime soon. That's Thursday next week. I was looking at the times on this thing wrong. It's really weird how they got this set up on this when I was pulling up the weather over there in Kansas. It's really weird how they got it set up. They've got times up here, and so I'm thinking like I wasn't even looking at the dates or the day of the week that it was on in here. I was just looking at the times like, oh, 6 a.m. tomorrow. They got snow showing up at 39 degrees. They're predicting snow for Thursday next week. But I don't get this part though. How in the world do you get a snow prediction at 39 degrees? Here in Austin, if it's not 30 or lower, we're not getting snow. You're not getting snow at no 39 degrees. That's just rain. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why you posted that. Oh, Yucca saying 3 times the float. He does those repeats, doesn't he? Saying things 3 times. Do we have a 3-day weekend coming up here? Hold on a second. Let's see here. I mean, we just had one, didn't we? Let's see here. We have our next holiday is going to be April 7th, which is Good Friday. April 7th will be the next holiday. I knew we had one more holiday before April 27th. I just couldn't remember which one it was. And that's because if you ask me when Easter is, I would say I have no freaking clue. I don't know. I have no idea. Carl says boom candle. Yep, 1 minute before my box too. Bastard box. Actually, technically it didn't fully break until my box, but looks like we're getting our answer. Apex says 6 to 10 inches of snow expected tonight, but I'm still coming to Detroit to watch Creed 3 tonight with you. Join me at 7 p.m. at AMC. Is that what did he post? Did he repost on that? Did he Oh, I see it 6 minutes before that. I see it. Yep. I was just looking at the current one. There you go. What the hell, man? Yucca No. No. I've never been in handcuffs. Well, that's not true. My godfather was a police officer and he put me in handcuffs one time. Back when I was doing triathlons, I told him, I said, I bet you I can get out. I bet you I can take. I said, why do the police officers put handcuffs in the back instead of the front? And he goes, well, because it makes you less, you're more disabled when you have your hands behind your back. I said, yeah, but people can just put their hands on the front side of them. And he goes, you can't do that. And I said, yes, you can. And he goes, I got my handcuffs right here. Let's just try and see. And this is back when I was doing those triathlons. I was in really good shape and everything. And so he put the handcuffs on me, and I just slipped my hands right around underneath my legs and then on the front side. And I'm like, I don't know what the problem is. He's like, well, you're unusual. Most people can't do that. So I was like, well, okay, well, it can be done then. So, but yeah, that was the only time I've ever been in handcuffs. I was trying to prove a point. Oh yeah, dude, I cannot myself. There's no way I can remember which date. Like it's so hard for me to remember. Trying to remember which months have how many days is like an impossibility for me. I know December has 31. I know January has 31. Sometimes I can't remember that there's 31 in my month for my birthday, which is July. Those are probably the only three that I like know, but I think I can count my knuckles or something. I'm supposed to be able to like figure it out. Like I forget how it works. Like so January, and then so it's like February would have less, more, less, more, less, more, less, more, less, more. I don't know. It's all mystery to me, and I don't really care. I don't. I don't let it get me down. It's just something that I just realized that I'm never gonna know. Oh man, see, I when I went and looked it up, blah blah, I kind of figured I knew who you were, but I just wanted to give you benefit of the doubt. Now I know. Casey, where do you see AMC at around 314? Honest answer. There's no way for me to be able to guess that mind shift. There's just no way. I can't. There's like zero way that I'd be able to figure that out. Yep, we already covered it. We went over it. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. All right, I'm gonna head off to break here, guys. And let's see here. It is good to see that as price is running up, we're getting volume in there. Yeah, I'm sorry, mind shift. It's just there's no way for me to be able to predict that far out. I mean, that's like, I mean, we're talking over a week's worth of trading. Uh, don't worry about it. Blah blah. It's all good, man. Let's see here on the daily. Hold on a second here. 1 second. I gotta get rid of all my stuff because I want to look at this real quick and see. Um, Mindshift has got me wondering if there's any way that I could look at this and kind of come up with an idea as to where we might be in price. Um, I really need to get rid of some of these lines. This is just way too much. I'm getting rid of this. Let's go down to 1 hour. So in as far as like general chart analysis, right? Like I've got a box that's coming up here that I have for breakout mind shift, and on this box it's set for 313, and that's right about the time that you're asking for. Quite personally, I would have thought that we were probably going to trade inside this trend right here. I've got this pretty long wedge kind of pattern kind of formed here. And I kind of viewed this as being like the breakout point, and we already tested breaking out of it last week, or I should say this week, and then came back down right inside the wedge again, and now we're touching off the top of this wedge, and I have a feeling we could be breaking through this a second time. Um, so the idea is, will we actually be in this price range around here by the time it rolls around? I would say probably not. There's a good chance that we could be um, maybe this support line right here, once we break through it, could be the trajectory that we would be on by that time, which would put us like in the 750 to 8 range. As a possibility. But it's really, really difficult for me to say because there's other factors that are involved here in regards to the price. And what I would say to you, Mindshift, is that if you really want to kind of know what the futures are looking like, watch the options. Right? All the big boys are betting on the options as to what the price is going to be in the future. And if you want the best possible look that you can have into the futures of what the stock price is going to look like, watch those and try to understand what's going on with those in regards to how they're envisioning the future price. So I can pull up right now and just tell you that for that week, the expiration day of 3/17, max pain is $10. So take it for what it is, right? We've seen plenty of times in the past where max pain has been lowered as it gets closer and closer to the time. Next week has got a 7 for max pain. That's what it is this week. It's really hard to say though. You're welcome, man. I'd try to do the best I can, but I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna blow wind. If I don't know, I don't know. I'm not gonna try and make it up. I could try and give guesstimates, but that's about the best that I can do. $6.78, guys, was the price that we needed to hit to see a synthetic price failure reset, which I told you guys that I thought we would probably hit and bounce off of at some point if price was going to be rising up. But I actually had us down on AMC at 584 for a close for the day today, which is not, today wasn't necessarily the day that I thought it was going to happen on. So I'm pleasantly surprised. Alrighty, I'm going to head to break. And I will see you guys back at 12:10. What's a perma bear? I was like, getting ready to put up the message here before I left. What's a perma? Hold on a second here. I'm gonna look this up. Don't you call me names, Yucca. What is a perma bear? What the hell is that? An investor who constantly acts in the expectation that the value of stocks and shares will fall. That just tells me something about you. That means you're an optimist. Because I've always viewed myself as more as a realist, and so anytime somebody's optimist sees me as being negative, then I know that that means you're an optimist. And if somebody's negative, that means that they see me as an optimist. And so then I can tell almost instantly what you are based on how you perceive me. So stop being an optimist, Yucca. I'll see you guys later.
has cleared the tower. Every 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, I'm back. Let's see here. Yuckamist Frida. Oh man, Yuckamist Frida. I like that. That's pretty funny. It took me a second. I was like, Yuckamist Frida. What the heck is that? Let's see here. Let me take you guys through the numbers. Plus 1 point. Yeah, why not? Yeah, you're going into next week with an extra point here. Yucca, why not? Just for the hell of it. Just because I didn't, just more because I just didn't let you have the win after censored content said you could have it. 3 points for Dr. Zeno. What Dr. Zeno do? Let's see here. Let's go through the numbers. Hold on a second here. I'm just gotta massage out my neck. 1 second. Give me a second while I just kind of massage this trapezoid here. Apex, take care, man. If you wanted to put in Apex, I was going to make you one of the three ambassadors to movie predictions for this time. If you had your 3 already, you could put those in real quick before you left, and then I'll have 2 other ambassadors since I haven't started looking at the numbers yet. I don't know if you were thinking about it at all, but if you wanted to throw that in real quick, you could do that. It's not that I was stressed out, Yucca. I don't know, I think I slept with my neck kinked a little bit or something, and just I don't know. It's just kind of like my. I always ride tension in my traps. That's where it's always at. So it's like if I sleep with my head just kinked the wrong way, and because of my scoliosis that I've got, that's really really bad. I end up getting like just kind of like I get real tight up there in the neck area, neck shoulders, whatever you call that. Oh man. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on. Dana, no. Oh man. I guess I got it late too. I didn't actually read it till just now though. Let's see what we got going on with the numbers here, guys. Well, that's not a good thing when we go up with low volume Mega Hulk, but that's not usually typical. Let's see here. All right, let's look at our numbers. Starting with off exchange. Actually, I gotta refresh this real quick. Hold on a second. I got my phone. I gotta give you guys a speech. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could be something that will help you in the future keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in there. Also, while you're at it, make sure that when you try that out to put in a secondary device, in case something should happen to your primary, you'll still be able to get your code to log into your account. I'm also asking people not to add control numbers to their pictures of their voting, because that could potentially allow somebody to get into your voting material, proxy material, and change your vote. So please don't include that in your pictures. I'm glad that you're proud of your vote. I am proud of it too, but don't include that. Be proud without those numbers. And then the last thing is I'm asking people to take pictures or video footage of your portfolio, saving it in a folder someplace on your computer, or phone, or wherever it is you're going to save it. So in case something happens with your broker, you have proof of what it is that you own. If you have a less active account, I'm asking people to do that daily, but if you have a less active account, you could probably get away with doing it once a week. Let's get into these numbers. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% combined on AMC's and Ape's off exchanges and CBOE EDGX. Let's see what we got going on here. 52.92% is what used to be, or is what it is currently. CBOE EDGX is 10.94. Grand total in that 63.86%, or about 0.86% higher than it should be, so it's pretty close to on target. CHX volume. This is dirty. CHX volume is 6.98 right now. Man, 1.424 million shares going through that exchange. Our 30-day average is 2.06%. That's pretty dirty. Taking a look at Ape. Off exchange 51.23%. EDGX is at 7.22. Combined total, and that's 58.45%, or 4.55% lower than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.01%. It's pretty low. GME's CHX volume is 0.15. It's pretty low. And HYMC's CHX volume is basically zero. Taking a look at Ortex data. An hour ago, there was approximately 7.27 million shares having been returned. It's now 7.25. Small change. Not going to really affect the short-term interest, the free float too much, which is at 25.03%. Cost per hour min is at negative 0.97. Obviously, an error in reporting there. Cost per hour average is 281.03 and max is 338.93. Shares on loan for the day is at 192.2. I'm actually going to reach out to, this is now 2 days this week where they've been reporting cost per hour min being a negative number. I'm going to reach out to Ortex and be like, guys, you got to fix this. This is ridiculous. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is up or down rather on AMC by 5.71 million shares. They returned yesterday. Ortex is estimating that about 1.912 million of that was in short interest that was closed day over day, leaving our shares on loan at 192.2 million. On Ape, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 30,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 11,000 shares. Not really going to change anything. It's at 5.75 for that short share interest, the free float. Cost per min's at 7.26, average 8.11, and max is 12.51. Shares on loan decreased by 2.8 million shares day over day to 25.29 million shares. Call options. Highest amount of volume is at a $6.50 strike. An hour ago, there was 19.8 thousand contracts. There's now 26.6. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $6 strike. An hour ago, it was 17.4 thousand contracts. It's now 18.8. Market still indicating perhaps a closing price between $6 and $6.50 on AMC by the end of the day. Looks like, oops, wrong one there. Looks like the combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $8.34. We did momentarily break up to the top side. Found some resistance here at this ascending level of support. Found some resistance. We're unable to break through it, and now it's acting more like an ascending level of resistance. Hopefully we can break back up above 837 before the end of the day is over, and maybe we'll trade out the rest of the day between 837 and 870 for AMC and Ape, which would be... Ooh. Would I be missing price prediction tally points if that's the case? Hold on a second here. Nah, I'm good. Price can go up to 914 and I would probably still be fine. But let's see here. Where are we moving to? Just trying to get an idea here. I don't know. I don't know where we're moving to exactly, but I can see that there does appear to be this ascending level of resistance that I'm going to go ahead and draw in here. I don't want to draw anything else on the bottom side yet here. I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen with this. Maybe we can get a better idea by just looking at AMC and Ape individually. I kind of want to draw a little bit of an ascending parallel channel by putting in something along the lines of something that looks like this. But that's not what's happening. Not sure yet. I need some more data. I need to see a bottom on wherever it is that we're currently at. I'm going to see if we consolidate within 825 and 837 for a little bit here. We may be getting a little bit of an ascending broadening wedge. But we're gonna have to see. I need some more data to see if this is gonna be a bottom right here, or if we're gonna see price move up and or if we see price continue to break downwards here, we may be seeing a little bit of a kind of like a head and shoulder kind of action. So we'll see. We'll see what it's going to do, and but I need a little bit more data. They always say, when in doubt, zoom out. I always say pull out. Let's see here. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three that I'm looking for here. I don't see any of those three on the list. Trigger price on SSR is at $5.49. Ape is at 1.503. SSR tripped yesterday, which is why it's on for the day today. But they have not knocked the price down to trip it for another day here. 100,000 shares available to borrow. They did borrow another 200,000 shares earlier within the last hour, and that's going to put us at about 1.75 million shares borrowed for the day. Fees are 117.5%. NASDAQ is up 1.59, 1.6. Dow Jones is up 0.85, and the S&P 500 is up 1.28. We have 4,563 advancers to 1,935 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining. It's looking like it's cooking with bacon grease because it's hot and tasty looking. If we take a look at Ethereum, or most cryptos, they were down pretty good and still down negative 0.498 as of right now. DXY is currently showing down 0.33, but still above 104.64 or 104.6. Shoot, I can never remember what 64. I was right. 104.64. It's still above that, just barely. WTI is up 6.19. Oil is really far up right now. Mortgage-backed securities are currently up 0.62, and SPY is up 1.32. Looks like it's about ready to break. Let me go back to the daily on the SPY. Looks like it's about ready to break through the top side of the box here. It's moving quick. It's moving quick on falling volume though, because we're nearly halfway through the day today, and as of right now, there's 48.32 million shares. So we'll probably end up seeing, I don't know, probably if I had to guess, we'll probably end up seeing like 90 million shares traded for the day. Yesterday it was 85. So it's actually increasing volume slightly, but the days before that we had volume in the ranges of like 99 to 96 million. So the trend is kind of falling volume a little bit. We'll see what happens to volume at the end of the day though, as we get closer and closer. VIX is down 2.09, VBR is down up rather 0.99, VB is up 1.21, Tesla is up 4.55, Amazon is up 2.24, Cinemark is up 0.18, Doge is down 5.07, Bitcoin is down 4.6, GME is up 4.15, HYMC is up 2.14, Hood is up 2.55, CS is up 6.51, Ape is up 8.23, and AMC is up 7.38. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. $6.1 million more inflow than outflow. 23.63 million shares traded after, let's see here, 238 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 38.7 million shares traded by the end of the day today on AMC. That's I suggested in the pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million. I have a feeling I'm going to be a little bit on the low side. If anything, we'll probably see more closer to like 35 million before the day is over. If I had to guess, maybe. That'd be my best guess. So I'll end up being a little bit on the low side, but that's okay. I'm all right with that. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.06, which is just slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.52, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 70.52, signaling overbought. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.27, which is slightly above average. On Ape, there's approximately $800,000 more roughly inflow than outflow. 12.29 million shares traded so far after 239 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 20.05 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million, so it looks like we're on pace for that. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.96, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.93, which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.41, which is just slightly, that's above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.46, which is average. Let's see here. All right. I got to pick some ambassadors here for maybe Apex put his 3 in here. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if I caught him before he left. Let's see if he did. Yeah, it doesn't look like I got him. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I'm still scrolling up here. Yeah, he took off. Damn it. Oh well. What do you mean by the music? All right. Who do you guys agree on for being your ambassadors for movie choices? Pirate. Tom saying pirate. Elgato saying Nana. And Joe's saying Tom. I got a Foo. Foo did it earlier. Foo's already had a chance to be an ambassador. So let's try to give 3 other people a chance. Foo picked Foo's 3 choices that he picked as an ambassador were this is The Exorcist, Ted, and Wolf of Wall Street, I believe. No, that was Yucca. He picked Blazing Saddles, Three Amigos, and Devil's Advocate. No. Is that right? 4. Yeah, those were it. I see a couple pirates right now. Joe's already gone. So pirate's going to be 1. Nana's I've seen a couple times now. So Nana can be number 2. We'll give Nana since Nana is a moderator here. I'm going to give her first choice. So Nana, you're going to get 4 choices on movies. Since you're the ambassador, you can elicit help if you want to from the community. All of you guys can, all of you ambassadors, and then let's pick the third one. Who's the third one? Joe Pounce. Joe Pounce it is. All right. Hopefully Nana's here. Let's see if Nana's usually here. She says she's usually listening, but Pirate, Joe Pounce, and Nana. Tom, I'm going to have one more opportunity later today for movie picks. Later in the day in the back of the Big Tramp. I'm going to have everybody who shows up in the back of the Big Tramp, I'm going to give an opportunity to maybe pick a movie. today. So that's how I'm gonna leave the final round of picking for 10 movies. If you show up into the back of the big tramp, you get a pick. I'm hoping at least 10 people show. And if I don't get 10 people, then I'll just keep on passing out votes. Is Nana even here? She's probably like not even. She's probably like she's probably passed out for a little while. Pirate and Joe, you guys get 3 movies apiece. You may elicit movies from the community to help you in your decision making, and whatever you guys put down for your 3 will be final. Tendies plus plus says you better have some good candy. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Everlasting Gobstoppers. Nana says I'm on the phone with my son. Well, that's not important right now, Nana. You can call him anytime. Duty is upon you. Her son's gonna be like, why are you always listening to that guy? I can see it already. You're always listening to that guy. He's always telling you what to do with your money. I can see that. Nana has duty on her. Hey, I think we already did Full Metal Jacket. If any of my ambassadors list a movie that we've already done, I'll probably veto it and have you repick a different movie. Trying to think of some like other movies. I'm trying to think of other movies that like left me just questioning life. And similarly to like Seven or Event Horizon, or what was the other one we said this morning? Oh, The Devil's Advocate. Oh, and that other one that you guys mentioned with Edward Norton. That's a great one too. So is Fight Club. I mean, I feel like Edward Norton's been in like. I mean, that guy. He legit's kind of one of my. Uh, he probably would rank in the top 10 of my favorite actors of all time. I think he's done an amazing job. Joe's got Norbit, Little Mermaid, and American Pie. Hey, you picked them. Okay. Norbit, Little Mermaid, and American Pie. All right. Got those 3 down. 12 Monkeys was good, Yuckamist. I like that one. That's a pretty good movie, but I don't know if I don't know. Arby's going with Interception. Man, you know what we haven't done? I might add one movie for my own satisfaction in here and put in what was it called? Starfleet Commander. Do you guys remember that movie? I think that's what it was called, was Starfleet Commander. I don't know if any of you guys. I think we've done Goonies. I think we've done Goonies. Oh wait, I see Nana's going Goonies, Pet Cemetery, and Gremlins. You get 4, Nana. You got one more to go. I'll do Goonies again though. I think there's plenty of trivia there to. We could probably do it again. Goonies, Pet Cemetery, Gremlins, and you got one more, Nana. Who am I missing? I'm missing Pirate. Pirates needs his in. All right, Starship Troopers. There's so many things I want to say right now. That movie, excuse me, that movie was a good movie. I liked it. I liked it. I don't know why. There was something about that movie. I have no idea. Halloween 1. Got it. All right, now I just need pirates. There was something about Starship Troopers that just really kind of I was drawn to it. I don't know why. Pulp Fiction. We already did Pulp Fiction. We just literally got done with that one. Reservoir Dogs. That has not been done. And Blues Brothers. So I'm gonna have you change just the Pulp Fiction one because we have done that one. See, that's Joe. I didn't want to go there, but that I was gonna talk about that, right? Hands down, why is it that I like way better? She was way better than the other one, right? The one in the beginning portion of the movie. Yeah. I don't know why, right? But yeah, I'm with you, Joe. I'm totally with you. Do you want to know more? I love the quote. Nice quote there, Carl. Animal House. Alrighty. We'll save the last 10 movies for the group of people who tend to show up for the back of the big tram for the day. Um, you had it right the first time, Tendies. How do you get in the big tramp? Tom, I normally put in a Discord link sometimes towards the end of the day for people to be able to get in there and talk. And I do it the last 30 minutes of trading. Aaron says, Casey, doesn't this feel like we're in a Tesla-like situation? This is why I'm so bullish. Yes, it really does feel like we're in a Tesla situation right now. I kind of wanted more of a VW situation, but I would not be complaining to be in a Tesla situation either. For those who truly know what it was like to be a part of Tesla and see the profits that were made from that, it was life changing for a lot of people. And so I'm not going to complain. Even though I would have rather had a VW type squeeze, I'm not going to complain with a Tesla type squeeze either. One way or the other, it's going to be it'll be nice. Hell yeah says you think that the returning of shares the last couple days is bullish. It is. It is bullish. So one of the things that ends up happening, hell yeah, is that whenever shares are returned like that, they usually start getting loaned back. They get loaned back out again. And so when those shares are returned, and you see, let me just show it to you. It's easier if I show because I'm really bad with words, and I'm more of a show me kind of person than I am a talker. So let me just show you what I mean by this, because I think it's easier to see. I'm going to pull up two different indicators here on Ortex to kind of give you like a visualization as to what happens just before price runs, like specifically big price runs, right? And there's two different things that you're going to want to see here. The two things you're going to want to see is you're going to want to see on loan average age per day, and you're also going to want to see the shares that were being returned, so on loan returned. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to attempt to show you where you see some spikes in return share or return shares, and then you see price moving up quite large amounts thereafter. So all you're seeing here is the amount of shares is in green. In green is the shares being returned, right? Well, you can see that as shares are being returned here, this is just prior to the January run up here. You can see the shares starting to get returned on December 21st is about when it started rising. As shares are being returned, you're seeing the on loan average age per day dropping. Why is that? Because older positions were being returned than newer positions, right? Well, if I add in on loan new into this, what you're going to start seeing is right before the run starts happening. This is kind of hard to see, but right before the run starts happening here, because I keep getting all this stuff that pops up on the page here, but just before the run starts happening, you see on loan new amounts starting to rise, and sometimes the return not so much. In this particular case, that's not always the case, but in this, you can see it right here, especially on January 26th, where on loan new was 13.23 million, where return was only 3.67. But the general point that I'm trying to make here is that you're seeing shares being returned. You're seeing on loan average age per day dipping, and then very shortly thereafter, price running. And so then we can start moving forward in the history here, and we can take a look at some of these other price runs. You've got on loan shares being returned, price running up. Oh, man, it's so hard with that stuff that pops up on the screen. And you see these dips, right? You see dips in the on loan average age per day a lot of times before they run. Still moving forward. This is the June run right here, June run, and I'll take a new picture of this real quick because I don't want to have all that stuff popping up on me. But you see right here a massive amount of return shares happening. Now the dates for this, you can see right here if I draw this line down, the date for that time frame is about May 11th. Is about when that starts. May 12th, May 11th, right around there. And when you get to the very peak of those return shares is when the on loan average age per day starts dipping, right? So this starts dipping right here, and it gives you your 15-day counter, right? You start counting 15 days from when you get to the bottom, which is going to be right here. And that kind of tells you that somewhere in the next 15 days, you're going to start seeing massive increases of price because there was a huge amount of return shares, and your on loan average age per day started dipping. So all this kind of correlates. And you can keep seeing it over and over and over as you're looking at different points in time where you see some big price movements, right? Here you have another spot. Here you've got a pretty big, large amount of price movement heading upwards. The dip in on loan average age per day is not so noticeable here. Probably the one spot that is the most noticeable is right here. This spot right here is because you can see it's a 2-day dip. And then it starts moving back upwards, and that starts your counter basically right here for knowing that price increase is going to be incoming. There is a 2-day dip here as well, and this would be the other 15-day counter for knowing that price is going to be rising. On-loan returns in these periods of time weren't necessarily as high, but your on-loan average age per day were dipping during those periods of time, indicating that there was going to be a price rise incoming. Let's see, going forward, what else can we pull up here? Here's one right here. Look at that. That was almost instantly before. Now your on-loan, and this is kind of an interesting case here. On this particular one, you've got on-loan average age per day dipping before you see the huge amounts of returns. Right here's the 2 days beyond, letting you know that there's going to be a price increase coming. But the on-loan return shares didn't actually happen until right before the actual run-up in price started happening. So the on-loan average age per day was dipping. It could be that the amount of shares that were being loaned during that period of time might have been like hardly next to anything, or maybe maybe they were just taking on new loan shares, and that's all they were. Maybe they weren't returning a whole lot. They're just taking on new. Actually, if I pull this up, if I put on loan amount on here, they were probably just taking on new loans during that period. Yep, you can see the increase in on loan amount going up there. So that's the reason why the on loan average age per day was going down. They had an extended period of time where they were taking on new loans, but not returning until they had the one big spike. Moving forward, here's another big price increase. This one's a little hard to see here again on the on-loan average age per day dipping. And I would say that it's right here is the spot that I would draw. Let me pull it back up here and show you. So you've got 2 days right here. 2 days down. Actually, it's more than 2 days. It's a couple of days. It's like 3 days. So 2 days of upwards momentum movement, and you would draw the line here and say somewhere within the next 15 business days, price rising. So again, not a whole lot of return shares in this time frame in here. And so again, this might be another one of those instances where on loan amount was just hugely increasing. Yep, there's some big increase in there. At the bottom, it was 116 million shares. By the time it got to the top, it was 139. So it doesn't always have to be on loan shares returning. It could just be new shares being loaned out too. Here's another big one. This one, on loan average age per day, you could see this is another example of on loan average age per day and shares being returned. Another instance of huge, massive quantities of shares being returned and on loan average age per day falling at the same time. And then having that 2-day rise in on loan average age per day, giving you kind of like your flag, like right in here, that you're going to have a big price increase incoming. And there it is. Just time and time and time and again, you can see these kind of things happening. So, and here you are right now. This is us currently, right here, where we've got a very large spike in returned shares. Here's your downwards momentum in on loan average age per day. Your huge spike up of shares being returned. The question is where are we going to find a bottom on all of this? Because when it happens, let's say like 2, 3, 5 business days from now, we end up hitting a bottom and then it starts going back up for 2 business days. That's when you would draw your line out and you'd say, okay, about 15 business days from now, we're going to start seeing a big price increase incoming. So it's there. The data does support the idea that we're going to have some movement here. A lot of people say, oftentimes I get asked the question like, if they're returning shares, shouldn't the price be going up? Yeah, but it doesn't happen right away. It's always kind of a delayed action that happens, right? It doesn't happen all at once. Island Dr. Moreau says, so you're saying 2 weeks? Yeah, essentially. Always. No, that's not the case, Donna. Censored content says you said it wrong. It's not data. It's data. Data. Whatever. Michael says, where did they get 11 million shares? Laugh out loud. Borrow to pay borrowed. So we've been seeing over the last week and a half or so, Michael, some pretty low buy to sell ratios, and it's not been good, right? Like AMC's buy to sell ratio has been kind of crappy lately, and I hate to say this, but there's been some paper hands, and we've seen it. We've actually seen people who say that they're selling their AMC shares to buy Ape shares, or they're getting out, or whatever. And so when that happens and you want to know where those shares are coming from, it's coming from retail. Some of it's coming from retail, some of it may be coming from institutions. It's hard to say exactly where it's all coming from, but I would say that part of the reason why the price on Ape is so low is to entice people to try and make that move. They want you to sell AMC, so they got to make it seem appeasing. Appeasing? That's not. I feel like that's not the right word. They have to make it seem appealing. Sorry, I said appeasing. I meant appealing. Aaron Drade says, "Good morning, Casey. Watching you from the Disney cruise in the middle of the ocean. That's really kind of cool. I ain't gonna lie, but it's kind of cool. You can pick me up out there. You must be getting charged an arm and a leg for internet, though. I hope I hope this is worth it for you. We're not gonna leave you behind. Don't worry, you're gonna be okay." Nana says, "I think they pushed that so we don't buy more AMC." That could be very well the case. It could be. OBV is still looking good. Hell yeah! I looked at it yesterday. We pulled it up and took a look at it. We can look at it again real quick. Papa Mac says, "Oh, dude, Papa Mac, thank you so much." Stock retail cliff notes: this year Q1 loss, Q2 positive, Q3 positive, Q4 loss. 2023 year 151 million loss. If yes vote, Adam Aaron uses to eliminate all debt, then 2023 would be plus 125 million. Yukon, I can't wait to hear what you caught while you're on your fishing expedition. Let's take a look at this real quick, guys. I'm gonna pull up OBV real quick just for hell yeah here. I just want to try and get this in. So there's just a couple different ways you can kind of look at this, and so I'm gonna show you. I think the best way to probably look at it from a current period of time. But if you want to pull this up and look at it however you want to look at it, that's entirely up to you. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply take our current period of time. I'm going to try and match up OBV to one of the higher points in time that we've had some buying pressure, similar to right here. I'm going to match the highest point and reference those together. And so what you're going to see here, and I'm centering in on this spot right here. Wait, there we go, right there. And then what you see here is you see there's holding pressure. There's definitely some selling pressure that's going on here, right? But it's never quite as much as where prices actually fall into. Now we could actually draw this back out, and we could say, okay, well, what about the last time? This is the 34.33 that we hit back in March, I think, of 22. Yeah, March of 22. I can line that one up and say, okay, well, what does it look like in contrast? What's the buying pressure look like in contrast to then? And as I can show you here, it's remained high throughout. Price has always maintained some kind of price lower than where holding volume has been holding. So we're looking good. And it doesn't matter how far back I take this, it's always going to show you the same thing because I can actually go back to as far as this is how I would normally set this chart up. I can go back to basically like the January time frame and kind of give you an idea as to like where this should actually be a little bit taller. That's about right. So in this particular case here, what you have is you have price. Price should be exceeding when it gets to the peak. It should be exceeding your OBV, right? Because price is always going to overshoot when it's undervalued like this over here, and you see price spiking up. Price should always overshoot and then come back down and settle in on a price that's really close to where it should be, where the holding volume is at. And then you have a period of time, and this is going to be November, I bet. Yep, November 21. Then you have a period of time where the market's trying to basically make money on bag holders, what the market's going to consider as being bag holders. The only problem is the market, while the market may be improving its position as they're pushing down price here, there's no bag. Everybody who's a bag holder in here is holding. they're not doing what it is that they're supposed to be doing, which is selling when you see downwards price like this. And so this is where the market gets hung up on this kind of stuff, because at some point this is going to act like a kind of a springing mechanism, much like it did back here. You have this long period of time where people were holding, and you get this springing mechanism of price trying to correct itself and coming back into where all the buying pressure is at. And so this is a much larger version of this time period back here. So you're going to see price shoot back up again, but you're going to see it overcorrect, and it's going to be even higher than last time. So yeah, OBV looks good. Nothing wrong with it. Son of a gun. I had you guys on the wrong page that whole time. I hate it when I do that. I hope you guys saw most of that. Let me just go back in here real quick. Again, highest point, peak volume, maintaining current price. Go back further, align that up. Same thing. It's holding, and you just keep on moving it back, right? It doesn't matter wherever it is that you line the volume at. You can see that there's holding volume compared to price dropping. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter where you put it. Always holding pressure. And I only say that when I call us bag holders, I'm referencing us in terms of how the market sees us, right? The market sees us as a bunch of bag holders, and it's true. I mean, in all intents and purposes, we're holding on to the bags and we're saying we're not letting go. And so the problem with that is the market wants you to let go and was like, no, we dropped the price. You need to come back down here where we're at. And we're saying, no, you need to come back up here and meet up with us. And we see time and time and again what happens when the buying pressure wins. You end up getting that springing action of price trying to correct itself back to where a rebalancing of where the holding pressure is at. Hell yeah, you're welcome, man. I'm sorry that I had that on the wrong page there that whole time while I was showing that. It was kind of messed up on my part. Sorry. I hope you saw some of it. Remember the 3 golden rules, hell yeah. The 3 golden rules are probably the most important thing in this entire process and what makes everything work. The golden rule number 1 is the most important rule, is that you only buy only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. Because what happens when you do that is that it doesn't put a time constraint on you. You're not restricted by how long this is going to take, and you don't feel the pain when you don't have a need for the money. So just keep that in mind, because that is probably one of the biggest problems this community has had, is overspending. Well, that's the whole point, Donna. The market doesn't want you to invest to grow anymore. They want you to treat this like a casino. And the reason they want you to treat it like a casino is because they make a hell of a lot more money when you treat it like a casino than they do if you sit there to invest to make it grow. so so yeah, the market is absolutely trying to cause people to treat this like a casino. Belle Biv DeVoe says a casino has rules. Well, believe it or not, this market has rules too. But they've kind of written into their cost expenses, the value that it costs them to do business while breaking the rules. So, and that you might find out that maybe Vegas does something similar. Actually, it'd be kind of interesting to ask Steven that, even though I doubt he'd be willing to answer it without, because he's kind of working in that realm. He probably can't really fully say, but I bet you they kind of work that into their costs as well, and I bet you they probably break some rules as well. All right, hell yeah. I just want to, expectations. I think we've all been a part of having had high expectations based off of what other YouTube influencers have put out there, and and not had our expectations maybe met. So I'm trying to be real careful when I talk to people about it. Why you guys got all this jury duty? What the heck? Oh, it's 1 o'clock. All right, it's time to do numbers. Let's do it. That went by fast. Let's see here. I have actually never been able to serve on a jury before, and I really, really want to. Uh, not now, or not right now. I don't, but in the past I always have. I've always had this uh, fascination with trial law, and being that my dad's a lawyer and everything, and I just wanted to do it, and I finally got called in. This was probably about 4 or 5 years ago. I finally got called in for my first jury duty. I went in. I think they had like 60 of us in there, and right off the bat, they like cleared off like the back row. Uh, I want to say they cleared off the back 2 rows, and so they cut us down to like 40, or maybe it was 30. I don't remember if it was 40 or 30, but it was somewhere around there. I think they cut us down to about 40. So we had 40 of us in there, and so I had a pretty good chance at that point because I knew I made the cut for that. And so they start going through talking. The prosecutor and the defense lawyer were both talking to the entire group of 40 of us. and they were saying how what the case was going to be about, what was done, or what the defendant was being accused of. And then it was drunk driving. It was a female, kind of a younger female. I guess she had a kid, maybe two kids. I can't remember which, but she was caught. I think it was like a mile or a mile and a half away from her home, and she was supposedly or allegedly drunk driving. And one of the questions that they asked was, um, do you believe they started asking a bunch of questions to everybody, right? And then all the lawyers are writing down notes and stuff. And they got around to me and they asked me, one of the questions was, do you think the devices for blowing for testing for drunk driving are fallible? And I said yes. And they said why? And I said, because I work in the semiconductor industry, I know all the time that our machines have to be regularly calibrated, and if they're not calibrated correctly, then they can give misreadings all the time. And I said, any industry that has any kind of device that does any kind of measurements of anything, if it's not regularly calculated and meeting specifications for that calibration, then absolutely it could be wrong. And so, the lawyers were writing some stuff down. They kind of, they got a little excited about what it was that I said and started writing some stuff down. And then they came back around and they asked me another question. They said, what was the next question they said? They said, do you think that a police officer would be able to judge whether or not a person is intoxicated based on their actions? And I said, no. And they said, why? And I said, because my dad's a lawyer. and and whether or not they were drunk or not doesn't mean necessarily that you could be intoxicated, but doesn't necessarily mean that you were intoxicated to the point to where you couldn't be driving. And so I don't think that in some cases I think I think that you could probably uh, make the suggestion that somebody may not necessarily know how drunk a person is just by their actions. Some people, I've met plenty of people who just act drunk and they're not even drunk at all. And you'd swear by it. You'd be like, "Are you sure?" You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, so and my dad had always said, you never judge. And so, but it was really funny because the minute that I said lawyer, the fact that I said that my dad was a lawyer, instantly every single one of the lawyers in that room instantly went straight to their notes and started writing. And I don't know what it was, but apparently that's apparently the wrong thing to say. So if you ever want to be on a jury, don't say your dad's a lawyer. That's the short part of the long story. Don't say your dad's a lawyer. Apparently it gets you kicked out. I immediately got kicked after that. So I was like, damn it, I always wanted to be on a jury. So, but yeah, don't ever say your dad's a lawyer. Yep, they asked me if I know any lawyers. Yep. And I said it was my dad. And yep. I sucked. I really wanted to be on that jury duty so bad. So bad. All right, let's take a look at things here. See what we got going on. Mr. Johnny London says my brother had a drinking driving charge. His lawyer asked the police officer one question: did you test the machine before using it on my client? No. Case dismissed. I mean, it would work for me. It would work for me if I was on a jury like that and they said that. Casey's now on a no call list. It's messed up, man. I tell you what, I wanted to be on it so bad. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. Deb just says that would be me. You know, you can't arrest somebody because they act like they're drunk. Like that's not a you just can't do that. It doesn't work. It's not how this you can't arrest people on suspicion. It's not how that's not how life works. You have to prove. You have to prove that they have beyond a shadow of doubt are indeed drunk. And if you don't, then you're just arresting people for no reason. Gotta build that case. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at what we got going on here with these numbers, guys. See what we have. By this time of the day, I would expect to see somewhere between around 64% combined on off exchanges and EDGX combined. On AMC, we currently have 53.49%. EDGX is at 10.65. Grand total 64.14. It's right on target for where it should be. CHX is 6.1% of the total daily volume at 1.429 million shares through that exchange. That is absolutely massively high. Taking a look at Ape, we are at 51.97. EDGX is at 7.12. The combined total on that's 59.09%, or almost 5%, 4.9% lower than it should be. CHX is 0.01, so it's low. GME's CHX volume is low at 0.11, and HYMC's CHX volume is low at 0. It's low. It's pretty low. I saw a quote from Beavis and Butthead last night, and they were talking about hating Weezer. I don't know what I'm trying to remember what Beavis said. He said, let me think how he said it. He says, I don't know what 0% is. But getting no sex is I'm trying to remember when he said it. I should just go back and play it. I should just go play this little skit. It was so funny. It was really, really funny. I can't do it though. It was a really funny skit. Let's see here. Ortex, an hour ago, there was approximately reached 7.25 million shares having been returned for the day. It's now 4.71. That means that they're borrowing the shares that they returned. Estimated short share interest of the free float's at 25.2%. Cost per borrow min is at negative 0.97. Average is 254.46. Max is 338.93. Actually, I'm starting to understand now, I think, why that cost per borrow min is so low. I'm going to have to reach out to Ortex about this. I hope I don't forget later. All right. Anyways, shares on loan for the day over day is down by 5.71 million shares. Ortex estimating about 1.912 million of that was in short interest closed day over day, leaving our shares on loan at 192.2 million shares. Let's see here. An hour ago, there was approximately 11,000 shares having been borrowed for on Ape. It's now 9,000 shares. It's not going to do anything. The short share interest, the free float at 5.75, cost per borrow min 7.26, average 8.05, and max 12.51. Shares on loan is down 2.8 million shares day over day to 25.29 million shares. Taking a look at options. Wait, hold on one second. I got to do something real quick here. There we go. All right. As of an hour ago on options on calls, at a $6.50 strike, there was 26.6 thousand contracts. There's now 29.1. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $6 strike. An hour ago, there's 18.8 thousand contracts, no change. As you can see from the combined price of AMC and Ape, oh, we have a little bit of a fun thing to watch.
I'm tired, so tired. I'm tired of having sex, so tired.
What? Wait a second. Whoa. Hey, you know, it almost sounded like he said she wants to have sex too much and that's why he broke up with her. That can't be right. Wait, he is! He is complaining! What? He's complaining about that? This is the dumbest dude I've ever seen in my life. Oh, he's not just dumb, butthead. He's a lousy son of a bitch. Yeah. He sure is. How dare he? I mean, some of us, you know, like me, don't have any sex, ever. And he's sitting there with his bone cut and complaining about having too much sex? Jesus Christ. I don't know what number multiple is, but it's better than 0. Exactly. You know, there's starving kids in poor countries, and they probably get to score, but I don't. And look at this guy. Who does he think he is? For once, I'm not going to say settle down, Beavis. You're absolutely right. I hate him. I hate him, butthead. Shut up. That's right, Beavis. Shut up. Shut up.
I'm sorry, that's so funny. Oh man, so it looks like, oh man, I gotta do this. It looks like we may be on an ascending parallel channel upwards here, guys. And on AMC and Ape combined price together, we are currently at $8.41. And it does appear that we're kind of trending up on this. When it does break down, this is a bearish signal. And we should see price drop out on this when this does happen. But it's really starting to look more and more like it might be the case. We do seem to be hitting some trends here on the bottom and crawling up the backside of this. A lot of the price trend has been following the white line as well, like not being able to trade on either side of that trend upwards. Oh man. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME. Not on the list. I gotta write that quote down. I'm gonna forget it. SSR trips did trip yesterday on AMC and Ape and is on for the day today. SSR trips would have tripped today at $5.49 for AMC and 1.503 for Ape. Shares available to borrow is at 100,000 shares. No, the only change that's happened in the last hour is an increase in fees from 117.5 to 118.8. NASDAQ is up 1.88%. Dow Jones is up 0.95%. And SP 500 is up 1.44%. We currently have 4,704 advancers to 1,830 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining. It's looking like it's cooking with hot bacon grease because it's looking hot and tasty, that's for sure. And super, super green right now. Ethereum Classic is down 4.84. DXY is currently showing down 0.41. Is it going to break? It is. It is going to break 104.64. It's getting there. WTI is up 6.36. Is that still the same? Yep. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.63 to 0.64. SPY up 1.43. VIX is down 2.09. VBR is up 1.17. VB is up 1.39. Tesla is up 4.71. Amazon is up 2.78. Cinemark is up 0.69. Doge is down 5.32. Bitcoin is down 4.88. GME is up 4.48. HYMC is up 4.9. Hood is up 3.27. CS is up 7.07. Ape is up 7.49. And AMC is up 8.44. Inflow versus outflow. There's approximately $6 million more inflow than outflow. Volume is 25.65 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 295 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 33.91 million shares traded by the end of the day. And pre-market is suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. It looks like I'll be just a little bit on the low side. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.33, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.4, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 72.19, signaling overbought. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.83, also above average. On Ape, there's approximately $800,000 more inflow than outflow. 13.28 million shares traded after 295 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 17.55 million. That is within the 10 to 30 million I suggested in pre-market. 4-hour time interval is more buying pressure than selling pressure. RSI at 38.89, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 53.76, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 58.89, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.32, which is slightly below average. Nothing like a little bit of Beavis and Butthead. For once, I'm not going to tell you to chill out. Oh, man. You either love them or you hate them. Papa Bob says, OMG, someone said AMC will never hit 845 again, ever again. Someone will be butthurt soon. Yes, Max Payne is $7. Pro Jeweler says we haven't done trivia on BOSM. We're not going to, Pro Jeweler. We're not going to until I have a chance to see it. And I don't have Paramount, and so we're not going to be doing any movie trivia on that until I have a chance to see it. And it's hurting me on the inside to know that I have not seen that yet. Yucca says Casey, you'd be an amazing court judge. I appreciate that. Thank you. I disagree, but I appreciate the vote of confidence from you. You guys all think way more highly of me, and I appreciate the optimism and how you view me as a person, and what I'm capable of and not capable of. I appreciate it, but probably not warranted. It's on Comedy Central. The movie? It just came out not too long ago. How's it on Comedy Central already? I don't know how I would get Comedy Central. I'm gonna have to look it up and see. That's I think that's free. I think you can go online and just watch Comedy Central. Dr. Zeno says, all I ever needed to know I learned from Beavis and Butthead. It may be the greatest show ever. Casey, can I switch one of my movies, remove Exorcist and replace My Cousin Vinny, please? Okay. I'll allow it. Why did I not even see it on? Oh, there it is. My Cousin Vinny. Oh, it's all new episodes? I haven't seen any of them. It really kind of stinks. I need to do better. I have problems just keeping up with all the correspondence and stuff that I get all the time. That I've been taking a little bit more time lately for myself, but I'll try to fit it in somewhere in there. Live action Beavis and Butthead. So, Aaron, you probably haven't seen this. You probably haven't seen this, but Elon makes an amazing Butthead. And I know you're probably going like, "There's no way. I don't buy it." But I'm gonna prove it to you right now, just because this is like pure comedy gold. Give me 1 second while I pull it up for you. I'm gonna prove to you Elon Musk is grown up Butthead. I know you don't believe it. Nobody believes it when I say it, but you wait. Hold on a second here. All right, here we go. This is Casey back when he had like a much smaller beard here. Let's get this full screen going here, and the sound pumped up too. How do I get this? All right, here we go.
If you buy a gasoline car that's not full self-driving,
Oh, that's
it's
not
like
gonna work.
riding a horse and using a flip phone. I'm like,
How do I make this louder? Hold on a second. I'm gonna have to boost this somehow. Give me a second while I try to boost it.
if you buy a gasoline car that's not full self-driving, this is like riding a horse and using a flip phone. I'm like, hello.
Yeah, flip phones and riding horses, not cool.
I mean, and frankly, we're going to be in production hell. Welcome. Welcome to production hell.
You guys are gonna work your butts off, and yeah, we're gonna make shit tons of money. Yeah, welcome to hell.
And the solution is in two parts. Part one, the sun. we have...
The sun. It's hot.
We have this handy fusion reactor in the sky called the sun.
Yeah. Sun. It's hot.
Okay. And if I do die on Mars, I just don't want it to be on impact.
Because, impact sucks, and, like, Mars sucks. So, like, yeah, don't die.
Got it.
Some of you may know that, basically our product plan is stolen from Spaceballs.
Because, Spaceballs rock. Oh, man, I'm telling you guys, like, I just couldn't stop laughing. I was watching this thing, I was like, holy crap, Elon Musk is Butthead grown up.
if you buy a gasoline car...
It's so true. How do I trash that? Get rid of that. Okay. There you have it. Just in case you were wondering, Elon Musk. He's my buddy.
He even has like a butthead laugh. Oh. So yeah, he gets butthead, and I don't know who gets Beavis. I'm not sure. Yukon says everyone in chat predict John Wick's kill count in John Wick 4 released March 24th. Whoever gets closest should get to pick movie trivia for a few days. I'm gonna go with 71. Hey, you know what? Myself, never discredit anybody. Just maybe they may seem slow, but you doesn't mean that they can't be successful. You just have to have radical ideas. The dude that played Malfoy. Can we get John Malkovich? Maybe we could get Elon Musk for Butthead and John Malkovich for Beavis. I could see that. That would be really funny. It would be so funny because we'd be forcing him to act like Beavis, and you know that he has a set standard for himself as an actor, that he would never ever stoop to that kind of level. And so, like, you'd have to force him. Like, he has to be forced into doing the part, and so I want him to be kind of like this, like, grumpy. Do I have to play this Beavis part? Hazel says, I think it's a guy thing. Probably. I don't think my wife likes Beavis and Butthead. Hun, you don't like Beavis and Butthead very much, do you? I missed what you said. What did you say? She doesn't love or hate. There is no, there's no feelings. Owen Wilson. Wow. Hi, I got that part. Wow. That's an amazing part. I'm trying to imagine Owen playing the part right now. Wow. Yeah, you don't say. Wow. Oh man. I got Carl J at 45. What are we talking about with seeds? I missed the seeds part. What are we talking about with seeds? Steve O would actually be a really good one. That's actually really good. I think Steve O's he probably wouldn't have to do much. And he'd probably pull it off too. Oh, we're talking about cannabis seeds? Owen Wilson and Ben Stiller is a butthead. No. I really can't see that would no. I feel like it would ruin it for me. I can't imagine there's no way. There's no way that Ben Stiller could pull off a butthead. Pirate Born says, whatever your career is, quit today. You should be a Hollywood casting director because Owen Wilson is the pick. Oh, I gotta go to break. I'm late for break here, so I'll be back in 30 minutes. We'll get the Big Tramp fired up for the end of the day today, guys. Those of you who show up for the back of the Big Tramp are going to get a chance to put in a movie. Each one of you get a choice. So anybody who shows up, if the first 10 people that show up to the back of the Big Tramp are going to get a choice for the movie for this next list. So I will see you guys back in about 30 minutes. Completely lost track of time. I'm saying if Elon doesn't get real live butthead, I'm gonna be pissed. He has to play the part. All right, I'll see you guys in a bit. All right, I'm back. I'm going to try and get through the numbers here really quick as fast as I can. I want to get to the back of the big tramp a little faster than normal. Just because we do have at least 10 movies that I'd like to try and get out of the back of the big tramp if possible. And yeah, how about that for pricing right now at 666? That's kind of amazing, isn't it? 1835 on Ape. I had 180 for Ape, and I got that one pretty close, but the 584 that I was guessing on AMC was not accurate at all. So luckily I've got that $1.50 on either side. Excuse me, on either side of my prediction that allows me to get it in there. I saw Batters comment earlier about the idea that there is a chance that we may see some price movement downwards, and for all intents and purposes, if you take a look at AMC from earlier this morning on a 1 hour time interval with the Ichimoto cloud, it really looks like sorry, not the 1 hour, the 4 hour cloud. Let me get rid of the rest of this junk in here. On the 4 hour cloud here, the 1 hour cloud, you could see that there was going to be, potential chance for price to run up today, especially with the thinning portion of the cloud. But on a 4 hour cloud here, we were coming down into a kind of a green part here. So I thought like seeing price run down to dip below to 550 and then rising back up and closing around 580 was kind of a potential possibility. And instead, we didn't get that at all. We deflected right off the cloud and started moving back up in price here, which is not very common. Usually, you do see when you get kind of price moving into that green cloud region area, you do tend to see price. And I did mention earlier this morning that it may deflect off of this and come back up over the top of the cloud and then go down, which would put us kind of in that 650 range going into next week, which is 7 max pain for next week. So those are kind of things you have to kind of think about. But I thought there was a chance we might see the breakthrough kind of going in today and then kind of rising up above, or not above, but above, rising up following the cloud, the green cloud upwards, moving into next week. So we got the first possibility, which was deflecting off the cloud today, and it's kind of surprising, to be frank. It could potentially start falling through on Monday. I mean, you can see where there's a thinning portion of the green cloud on Monday. It could always make a reversal on Monday and head through the green cloud and then finally start rising up in the later portion of the week. So timing was a little bit off on this one. So it happens, and none of this is ever supposed to be like making financial decisions based off of what it is that I'm saying here. I'm trying to get the best I possibly can. And I'm never always going to be right. I can promise you that. So you got to take everything with a grain of salt. Let's see here. I got to get through the numbers so I can get back to the back of the big tramp. Don't be Frank, just be yourself. Okay. Will do. All right, let's get to the numbers real quick so I can get back to the back of the big tramp, and let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% between off exchanges and EDGX together combined, and right now we are at 53.77 on off exchange, and EDGX is at 10.58. The grand total on that 64.35. That can't be right. Let me refresh this one more time. Okay, that's right. It's about 1.7% lower than it should be. CHX volume is 5.75 or 1.437 million shares going through that exchange. On Ape, we are at 49.1% going through off exchange. EDGX is 7.74. Grand total is 56.84%, 9.2% lower than it should be by this time of the day. And CHX is at 0.01. That's pretty low. GME CHX volume is 0.09. It's pretty low. And HYMC CHX is 0. Looking at Ortex. As of an hour ago on Ortex, there was approximately 4.71 million shares having been returned for the day. It's now 5.71. Oh no, I can't write on my. Oh, there we go. That's going to have the effect of decreasing our estimated short-share interest in the free float to 25.13. Cost to borrow minute negative 0.97, which is a reporting error. Cost to borrow average is 257.22 and max 338.93. Shares on loan for the week, or for today, I mean, rather, is down 5.71 million shares. Ortex estimated about 1.912 million of that to be in short interest that was closed day over day, and shares on loan are now left at 192.2 million shares. On Ape, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 9,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. That is now changed to 367,000 shares borrowed right at the very end of the day. That's going to have the effect of raising the estimated short share interest of the free float to 5.77, cost per minute 7.26, average 12.07, and max 12.51. Shares on loan for the day is at 25.29 million shares. That is 2.8 million shares less than there was on loan yesterday. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume for the most part for the day has been at $6.50. Still the case. Went from 29.1 thousand contracts to 32.5. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $6 strike. It was 18.8 thousand contracts. There's now 18.9. Market's still suggesting a closing price between $6 and $6.50, which is kind of odd to see us at 666. Currently, combined price of AMC and Ape is at 850. Still kind of trending up this line here. No release, which is good. I like where it's moving to, but there should be a breakout going down here eventually. This is a bearish trend. All day long, we have not been, yesterday or today, due to low volume, we have not been on the list of orders, highest amount of orders for Fidelity. Let's see if we're on it now. Nope. SSR is on for the day today from triggering yesterday on both AMC and Ape. SSR triggers for the day today at $5.49 for AMC. That likely won't happen. And Ape at 1.503, which likely will not happen either. No new shares borrowed in the last hour. Fees are at 118.8%. Total amount of fees, or total amount of shares borrowed for the day is 1.75 million. Let's see here. NASDAQ is up 1.85, Dow Jones is up 1.08, S&P 500 is up 1.52. We currently have 4,754 advancers to 1,805 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining, and cooking with bacon grease. It's doing really, really well right now. Ethereum Classic is down 4.69%. It's mostly an improvement since earlier this morning. DXY is down currently 0.51. That's almost as much as it started out the day at down, but was improving most of the day until towards the end. WTI or oil is currently showing up 7.03. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.72 to 0.73, and SPY is up 1.55 at 403.99, almost 404. Now it just hit 404. VIX is up or down rather 2.09. Actually, I would think it'd be a lot lower than that, but it's not. VBR is up 1.29. VB is up 1.48. Tesla is up 4.27. Amazon is up 2.8. Cinemark is up 0.8. Doge is down 4.95. Bitcoin down 4.77. GME is up 3.99. HYMC is up 3.95. Hood is up 2.96. CS is up 6.87. Ape is up 10.48. And AMC is up 9.04. Let me check something real quick here. I want to see SPY real fast on volume. Yeah, see, price is moving up on low volume right now. We've got, what do we got, 40 minutes left to trade here, and there's only 65 million shares in volume so far. So we're getting upwards momentum in volume 2 days in a row now with decreasing upwards momentum in price with decreasing volume. This is not bullish. This is going to be a fake bull run. This is going to be a bull trap. Pretty sure of it. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it one bit. It's low volume. Volume tells you everything you need to know. Right now it's at 65.18 million shares traded so far with 352 minutes worth of trading. It means that the market's going to finish with about 72 million shares in trades when yesterday it was 85. And it moved up 1.54%. This doesn't smell right. It doesn't pass the smell test. AMC has approximately $6.2 million more inflow than outflow. 28.01 million shares having been traded so far. 253 or 353. Dang it. We're on pace for 30.95 million shares traded by the end of the day today, and then I suggested in pre-market 10 to 30 million. So I'm going to be just a tad shy on this one. And 4-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.33, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.4, which is above average. 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 68.86, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.2, which is average. On Ape, there is approximately $1.4 million more inflow than outflow. Man, I really hate my my 4. We're on pace for 19.27 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I said somewhere between 10 and 30 million. Looks like we're going to have no problem hitting that. On a 4-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.02, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.71, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 68.29, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 69.54, which is almost signaling overbought. We did strike 188 there, it looks like, for a fraction of a hair of a second there. That was, I believe, the 188.6, if I'm not mistaken, is the value that we needed to hit to reset a synthetic price failure, but it's got to jump through that, though. Can't just touch off of it. It's got to really move through it quickly. And 188.6 is the value where that blue line is at. That is correct. That's the number we need to be hitting for 15% increase in price since our last low of 164. Yesterday, at the end of the day, I was kind of suggesting that we may have seen the bottom at the at 164 there. Got a nice little dumping out here on AMC. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Got Bollinger Bands back up. And I'm moving my lines all over the place. That was a mistake. All right. Let me take the numbers off. And if you guys are ready, let's see here. I'm gonna open up the back of the big tramp about 4 minutes early. Let's see here.
Well, hello.
How's it going, man?
Not much. Just happy to be back online and in the back of the big tramp. How you been?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Rally, you're welcome, man. Rally saying thanks for being here. It's good to be here. Adam Aaron's tweet. Julie saying, man, I really can't stand that I don't get his notifications. Hey, let's do a live stream about a company, but never see what he tweets. AMC common stock was trading a few minutes ago at 666, which is an infamous number. I can never see that number and then also not immediately think of the Omen movies from the 1970s, especially Sam Neill as a really creepy Damien in the Final Conflict from 1981. I have no idea what the hell he's talking about. Can somebody fill me in? What is he talking about there?
I think it's a horror movie that he watched a long time ago.
Hey, Han, do you remember the movie The Omen? Okay, we'll have to talk later about it then. I have no idea what he's. We'll have to figure out this reference here. Anyways, how's it going, guys? Did you come back in the back of the tramp to toast or to just hang out?
I'm just here to hang out.
Cheers. Rex, how's it going,
so you
man?
said a while back that you said you were going to veto Brokeback Mountain, right?
Yeah.
I might piss you off with this one, though. You ready?
All right.
Twilight.
I don't have a problem with that. I mean,
No?
I didn't really like it, but I don't have a problem with it.
Oh man, the girl I was dating with, she wanted to go see every movie at every opening at every time, and I'm just like, how do I compete with that?
No, it's my ex-wife was like that too. She was totally into that whole Twilight series stuff, and I was just like, whatever. It was
Every
lame.
time I saw like a live action billboard in stores, I just wanted to take it and burn it.
Mm-hmm. And then the actress, I don't even remember what her name is, but I don't know. I felt like she had like no acting abilities at all.
Little Miss Resting Bitch Face is how I call her.
Yeah, the whole time, all the time.
I understand vampires are dead inside, but that's just her.
You probably won't agree with me here on this, but that's how I feel about that Friends girl. I can always forget her name. Brad Pitt's ex. What's her name?
Jennifer?
Yeah, Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah.
Yep. Same way. Like she's just like no personality. Always looks like she's just kind of like angry until she smiles, and then it looks like extremely forced.
Always in a mood, yeah.
Always in a mood. Always in a mood. Yep. Let's see here. Savvy says he did. Andrew Francis says he tweeted about the stock price. Nice. Wonder what time he put. Let's see. He put that tweet out. It says 4 minutes ago. That was about. If it was really truly. Let me refresh this real quick here and make sure. See how soon after that hit 666. So it was holding 666, saying 5 minutes ago, which would have roughly been about. It looks like he may have tweeted it like 15:28. So price had already started moving though by the time he had tweeted.
Well, I mean, every time he comes out with a tweet referencing movies, everyone wants to get their magnifying glasses out and read between the lines of what kind of code he's trying to get us at.
That's right. Yeah. What's the if we look backwards in a mirror at the letters.
Upside down.
Is it a full moon? Because then we could potentially count out every fourth letter.
Lick your finger, stick it in the air, figure out which way the wind is going, drop some sand.
Yeah, it's like we've done this
Don't get me
before.
wrong, I love it. This is just way out there.
Oh yeah, I mean, I kind of actually do like it too. It's kind of funny, but I don't put a whole lot of weight into it.
It's mostly for the memes. We all know that.
Yeah. Preacher, how's it going, man?
Hey man, it's going well. I mean, the week is finally over. It's been a long one, but yeah.
I'm
Get ready for next week.
I'm really happy that you are able to vote because I was really upset. And I don't think you guys know how much it upsets me to know that you guys can't vote. And then so when I found out that you said that you have the ability to vote now, it made me really super happy. So I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah, that was a big relief, and I think the best part of this week, to be honest. So happy about it as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I was away putting my daughter to sleep, so I don't know if you guys already have the list of 10 movies or still working on it.
You get to put in the number 2 movie out of the 10.
Okay. So if it's not on the list yet, I would go with Interstellar again. Hoping that I'm not sure if
we did that
maybe
movie.
I missed it.
We actually
remember.
we did do that movie.
We did it. Ah, okay.
Do you have a different one?
Deadpool.
Deadpool. Got it.
That's what I'm gonna say. We haven't really done a whole lot of Marvel movies. I'm going as far as going to say DC, Suicide Squad.
Well, if nobody shows up here for too much longer, I see Rex was 12 in here. Rex was, if you're having problems with getting a microphone to work, you have to kind of go to the user settings, and go in there and modify it. I haven't seen the name I don't recall having seen the name before, but if you're able to go into your settings, sometimes you can go in there. Once you get into settings, go to voice and video, and then you can change your input and output devices to match what you need to be able to speak. There it is.
Also, make sure you haven't muted yourself.
I had myself muted. I feel like you might be.
Hey.
No. It happens to the best of us, man.
That's just the thing, man. I love technology. I just hate how it works.
Oh man. I had a toast if you wouldn't mind, Casey.
Absolutely. That's what I'm here for. Let's do it.
For the loved ones we never got to meet.
Oh. What's going on in your life?
We just lost a potential baby.
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that.
It's all right, man. It's the way.
I'm really bad at loss. I don't have any words for you, and I know there's nothing I can possibly say that's going to make anything better. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear the bad news.
Appreciate it, Casey.
We all got something going on. I got something personal happening right now. That's why I haven't been very active on the stream or even here in the back of the big tray. I'm just trying to get myself settled again.
Yeah.
But now I'm back and all pistons running.
Yeah, that's the way to do it, man.
It wasn't easy, but I made it.
That gives hope for the people who don't feel that way. So I appreciate your kind words.
You are very welcome.
Well, man, if I can say something, because I don't know, I was a bit down after how this week went, but hearing you now, it's made me realize that means nothing compared to what you're going through. So sorry to hear that, and yeah, my wife's pregnant as well, and just reminded me that that's the most important thing.
Appreciate your words, preach.
Preach it.
I don't know. I hope you're gonna manage to have another one, and you're gonna get over it. Fingers crossed for you, man.
It's going to be a long and egregious road ahead, but you know what? At least I'm moving forward.
And I have a movie request if there's still one open, Casey.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What you got?
I wasn't sure if we had done it, but Mr. Bean's Vacation.
Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean. Man, that's been a long time.
That's great, man. I got you down. See, I've got room for let's see, I've got room for 7 more. And Brandon just walked into the room. Probably doesn't even know what he's getting into. Brandon, how's it going?
Came in to hang out, maybe throw a movie suggestion.
All right, let's hear it.
Have we ever done Willy Wonka?
No, nope. Willy Wonka, and what's the name of his factory? That's gonna be the quiz. It's gonna be on the quiz. I can guarantee you that'll be one of the 10 questions. What's the name of Willy Wonka's chocolate factory? Oh man.
See, the reason I said Wonka Chocolate Factory is because back with the remakes and everything, you see commercials of like the cartoony Wonka promotions hitting the shelves of their candy bar, and it literally says Wonka Chocolate Factory on the wrapper.
Everybody's saying the chocolate factory. Somebody was saying it was Wonka World or something like that, or Wonka the Wonka factory, or I don't know what I forget what somebody was calling something. I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna find out what it is.
Well, the dark conspiracy about Wonka and a Chocolate Factory was like the opening part when he got into like when they started licking the wallpaper. That was like LSD. So yeah, they definitely went to Wonka World after that.
That was like the weirdest part in that whole movie. It was just kind of like, are you serious? Like, this is such a trip. And everything else was so different in contrast.
I think that was the point.
But I mean, didn't it feel like, did you ever see 4 Rooms? It was a movie that was done by like 4 different directors or something like that, or 4 different directors. Each director got like a room. It was a hotel. It had a bar bar hop, or whatever you call those guys that like deliver the luggage. So bellhop, thank you. So it had a bellhop in there, and the whole story kind of revolved around the bellhop and his interaction with the people in each one of the rooms. And each director got a room. Quentin Tarantino had a room, and I forget who the other directors were for the other 3, but every room had a different feel, right? Like there was like it felt so weird to like go from room to room because the whole movie humor, the cinematic photography, everything was just different. And so that's how I felt like with Willy Wonka. It was almost like some other dude decided he was going to step in and like take that scene and was like, this is what we're going to do, guys. It's like maybe the director for that day was sick or something, and he's like, I'm going to take over. This is how we're going to do this. Man, it was just so weird.
Well, yeah, you can go off the chain with your own ideas per segment for a movie. Like you said, 4 rooms, probably 4 segments. You know, you can go with it. You get really wild with the ideas, and it'll still work.
Yeah.
Because like you said, the bellhop is basically the star. It's all about his perspective.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Danny's.
Joe Paus, you are actually correct about that.
How's it going?
Danny, do you have a movie you want to add to the list here?
I've been absent for a lot of the trivia. Did we ever do rounders this week?
No, it's been banned. It's been banned. We didn't do rounders. It's been banned because
Oh, come on.
no, it's been banned.
It's rigged.
It's permanently banned.
It's rigged.
Oh, come on. What a great movie.
I know. That's what I thought. You guys thought
Rounders
Cool
2.
Runnings.
Rounders Part 2.
You know what? All right, I'll throw it on the list again. I'll throw it on the list, but I swear, if it doesn't make it through this time, it's permanently banned.
I think everybody should watch it this weekend, and they'll see how much they like it.
It's a pretty good movie.
It is a good flick.
Yeah. Yucca, I know you were an ambassador.
How about a mob movie? How about like Casino?
Well, you get one. You get one. I got El Gato
What is
in
it?
here. El Gato's in here.
What have you got?
El Gato, you got a movie for me? He disappeared.
What did he say? Did he say the cooler?
He didn't say anything. He disappeared.
Oh.
He just showed back up. Now he disappeared again. He's probably having mic problems. Yucca, did you have a movie?
Yeah, I gave you the list, didn't I? 3. Are we adding on top of what we gave you earlier?
Yeah, we're adding. I was going to give each person who came in the back of the big tramp. El Gato, I heard you. I just heard you breathe. I heard you.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, El Gato.
I was kind of looking.
He breathes.
Brokeback. How about Brokeback?
Oh, come on.
Just messing with you.
All right. I'll put it in. But you guys, I'm not watching it.
Joking with you.
I'm not watching it.
Hey, really, Fast Times Ridgemont High is what I want.
Oh,
Has anybody put that yet?
you're changing it now. You're changing.
Yeah, I was just joking with you.
All right. Fast Times at Ridgemont. Fast Times at Ridgemont.
Yeah, Ridgemont High.
High.
You ever seen it?
I've seen parts. I don't think I've ever seen it all the way through.
Oh, hey, what about the since we're talking like classics like mobs and stuff like that? I know this isn't a mob movie or anything, but what about the Fabulous Baker Boys?
I've never even heard that.
Really?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I haven't heard that either.
I've heard it about bank robbery.
No, it's not bank robbery. It's like two brothers who are pianists, and they do a lot of tours in Seattle, and they end up having to get a singer because they weren't making as much money as they could, and there's a whole lot of love triangle stuff happening in there.
Pianist.
Pianist.
It's pianist.
It's Jeff Bridges' best ones, from what I understand.
Pianist.
Brokeback Mountain and Pianist.
Pianist.
Come on now.
I mean, might as well put the Birdcage since you're at it.
Hey, what do you call a pianist that lives in Norfolk?
Oh no.
No, nobody asks. Nobody knows. Oh man.
Casey, okay, how about Dog Day Afternoon?
Is that Yucca? Yucca, you said that?
Yeah, I said that.
Dog Day Afternoon?
I mean, come on, really?
What? No. What is it? What is that? I don't know what that is.
Yeah, Dog Day Afternoon, really, with Al Pacino.
Never heard of it.
You should know this.
What's an Italian Job then?
I never heard of it.
Really?
Mm-mm.
Hey, KC, can I offer one?
Absolutely.
How about Sling Blade? Billy Bob Thornton.
Sling Blade.
That's a great movie.
What a movie.
I think I'm going to kill you.
You can't even recognize him in that movie. What a great role he played.
Yep.
The original Rocky movie.
Now, speaking of good roles, what about the one that flew up the cuckoo's nest?
There is room for 2 more, I think. Let me make sure here. Twilight, Deadpool, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, there's only room for 2. There's room for 2 more. So if you guys pick 2 more, then you're gonna take away from anybody else who comes into the back of the big tramp, and we still have like 15 minutes left here. So
Who
Maybe.
else is coming back here?
Well, maybe we should give him a chance though. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe give somebody
Come
a
on,
chance.
guys.
Roadster guy just walked in. Look at that.
There you go.
Yeah, Roadster guy's got one. What you got, Roadster guy?
He's like me.
Anybody
Can't
hear
figure
me?
it
That was clear.
Yeah. You guys hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, we got
Okay.
you.
Do I get a pick?
Yep.
Heat.
Ooh, it's a good one.
Heat.
Female dog.
We didn't do Old Yeller. We've never done Old Yeller.
You want people to cry?
Dude, do you know what? I actually got I don't know about you guys, but I saw they forced us to watch Old Yeller in high school. And I had never seen it before. And dude, man, there's nothing worse than like making kids in high school watch Old Yeller in front of all their other classmates. Like, I mean, it's just really, it's cruel. It's very, very cruel. Because you're not supposed to, as a dude, you're not supposed to cry. There's no crying in movie watching.
It's better than what they're forcing kids to watch now.
Oh, well, yeah. I won't argue there. My daughter came home. Hold on a second. Hey, hon, what was the name of that movie that Kelsey said that they were watching? What was it? No. My daughter came home and said that. Oh, I think it was. I think it might have been Forrest Gump. She came home and said they were watching it at school, Forrest Gump, and she said that she didn't realize that there was so much inappropriate stuff in there for school. I think it was Forrest Gump.
Yeah, imagine if To Kill a Mockingbird was a movie nowadays.
I guess I just don't look back on Forrest Gump. What's that?
Blazing Saddle is a movie that wouldn't go over too well these days.
Mm.
If it was cut for TV, it'd be 8 minutes long.
I think we should put a movie that's in theaters to make people go to the movies this weekend and watch one.
Cough, cough, Cocaine Bear cough.
Cocaine Bear. That was pretty good. I like that one.
We already did one. We did Avatar 2. I don't know if we did anything new-ish after that.
We do have room for one more movie left here, and I don't see anybody new coming in here. We'll give somebody else one more minute, and then if nobody comes in, I'll take that idea with Cocaine Bear and run with it, and we'll see what happens.
So what's the plan? How are you gonna choose these movies, Casey? Are you gonna put them like in a tumbler and then move them around?
Essentially, yeah. I just the same way I did this last time. I just basically assign them all a number, and then I give you 4 choices every single day until we dwindle the list down to nothing left.
Okay. So that's like 2 years from now. It should last us
it's
for
like
the next 2 years.
It's like a month.
2 weeks.
It's like 2 weeks.
2 weeks, yeah.
2 weeks?
And then we end up again with rounders not being picked.
Jana's
Casey, there's a website out there called Wheel of Names that can help you pick things randomly for you.
Oh, really?
Oh, Rounders. I remember Rounders. That's a good movie. With Matt Damon.
Yeah, like I'm voting for it every day, and it's just
Somebody sounds like an inside job. Casey, what are you doing?
Yep.
Hey, you guys voted, man. You guys did the voting, not me. I don't know how in the world you pick Cool Runnings over Rounders. I'm like, what? It was definitely an inside job.
How about Bench Warmers?
I don't even.
Casey?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, sorry, I cut you off, man.
That's all right.
I just wanted to say something quick about the vote for Canadians.
Okay.
There's a problem with Canadian brokers right now. It's a few people I've spoken to from Canada. They're not sending out the proxy votes by mail, which they always did before. I called both my brokers and they told me they had no idea what was going on. They didn't even know they had to send me anything about any vote and that I should contact AMC to receive my proxies.
Yeah, and AMC.
So I was just wanted to say, if there's any Canadians that hear this and they're expecting and waiting for their proxy to come by mail, they better call their broker and ask, because from what I see, they ain't sending nothing.
Pantheon mentioned that he had the same kind of problem as well. So yeah, not a good thing.
Yeah, so I told my broker, I go, that's impossible. It's not my job to call AMC for them to provide me with my proxy and my control numbers. I told them that's your job, and they said they'd be looking into it and to call them back today, and I'll call them later on and see what's going on with that. But just wanted a heads up for any Canadians that didn't know about this and they were waiting maybe for their proxies to come by mail. They're probably not going to come by mail, so if you don't get on it, you won't have time to get anything done.
I'll take it a step further. If I have to call TD Ameritrade Canada, I will. Because I see Puda Kettleton says I haven't gotten anything. Also, Canada TD.
All that racket.
So are you?
What is all that racket?
Someone's got a hot mic.
Hey, Roaster guy, can you mute?
Roaster guy.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
What's going on?
He's jumping out of a plane.
Jumping out of a plane into a tornado.
Oh, Twister. That's a good movie, Twister.
No.
Yeah,
Pro,
Twister.
Pro Jeweler's in here. He gets the
Are you
last
asking
pick. He gets the last pick. Pro Jeweler.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Pro Jeweler.
Hey, bro.
Hey.
I'm just throwing names out.
Have you got Fast Times at Ridgemont High set up?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Then, oh boy, we don't have much time, do we? Let me think about that. Just give
You're
me a
good.
second.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. Sure.
I'll tell you what, though. Next week we're going to work into that. We're going to look into seeing what's going on with some of these different brokers, and if I have to call brokers to find out what's going on and let them know that I'm live for everybody to see that what it is that they're doing and not getting people their proxies on time, we'll make an issue of it, and we'll try and make sure that they feel the pressure.
Well, I can make some calls too, but I'm going to call my brokers. I'm going to call TD, and I have Quest Trade as well. I know that Pixie in another Discord, she had problems with her broker as well. She had to call them. It was Wealth Simple and CIBC. They both hadn't sent her any proxies as well. So she had to call them, and she got her Wealth Simple ones by email, but I don't think she got anything from her other one yet still.
Okay. Louis says SPY volume almost at 75 million now, but that's still too low. Yesterday volume was like 86, so it's still too low on volume for the price increase that it had today. It should be more volume today than there was yesterday with the price that it's at. RBC.
This is just the hedge's way of saying, "Hey, we saved the market."
I don't know, man. There's some weird stuff going on. There's some really weird stuff. All right, Pro Jeweler, you're getting down to the wire here. It's 2:56. You got about 2 minutes left or less. There is
How
a
about
lot.
Goodfellas?
There's a lot of people putting stuff into the thing, but I'll take Goodfellas if that's what you want.
Yeah.
All right, Goodfellas
There
it
you go.
is. We have our list of 30.
Great movie.
Here we go. I'm
All right.
gonna name them off: Terminator 2, Blazing Saddles, Three Amigos, Devil's Advocate, Dirty Dancing, Cheech and Chong, Clueless, My Cousin Vinny, Ted, Wolf of Wall Street, Norbit, Little Mermaid, American Pie, Goonies, Pet Sematary, Gremlins, Halloween 1, Reservoir Dogs, Blues Brothers, Animal House, Twilight, Deadpool, Mr. Bean Vacation, Willy Wonka, Rounders, Fast Times at Ridgemont High, Dog Day Afternoon, Sling Blade, Heat, and Goodfellas. That's going to be the list of the next 30 movies that you guys get to vote on a daily basis for movie trivia quiz at the end of every day. Yes.
Let's hope we're not around that long.
Sounds epic.
Let's do it.
Did we have a poll today for Monday?
No, but I could put it out Monday. It's not a problem.
Oh, on Monday. Okay.
Yeah, we'll get it in. We'll get 2 polls going on Monday. Why have 1 poll? You can have 2.
Double the poll, double the dancing.
Exactly.
Casey, what if we squeeze on Monday and you don't have time to prepare the quiz?
You know what? To be honest with you, like any kind of squeeze that we were ever going to have is going to take much longer than a single day to go through. So if it comes down to it, and I have to just stop doing the movie trivia, I don't think anybody's going to complain, to be frank. So, and I'm being frank again.
It'll be fine. We already had a spicy week this week. It should be calm next week.
Censored content would disagree with you there, Casey.
Nah, he might. All right. Well, it is that time, guys. I'm going to back out of the back of the big tramp, and I'll come back here after I'm done ending the live stream. He liked that. He liked me saying backing out of the big tramp. So I will. I'll see you guys next Monday. You know, it's that time of the day, and unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. This is a 2-day weekend. Spend time with your families. Spend time with your friends. Take your pets for a walk because they like to get outside too. Go see a movie. There's plenty of movies out right now that are really good, and that's what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good weekend. Have a great weekend.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.